Hello, and welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Now with an even larger couple. Right. So,
I can turn that off now. We are going to be continuing our Ascension campaign from where we left off last week with a somewhat... How do I describe this? Interesting end, as Skith banished himself back as a cunning way of getting back to the material plane from a demi-plane. Unfortunately, he rolled particularly poorly and ended up coming out somewhere not particularly great. So we'll be picking back up from there. Also, Arena managed to get a letter from the Platinum Dragon, she suspects, and Perrin was nowhere nearby and thus did not get the letter.
I once patted him.
You did pat him in dog form.
Mm-hmm.
So, our announcements for today. Today's supporter
is Miazilla!
Thank you, Miazilla. Greatly appreciated. Also, we have
it makes Miazilla sound like she's like Godzilla.
It's a kaiju.
You're announcing, yeah, the way you're announcing her.
There we go. Yeah. Also, on Saturday is the finale of
Eternal Range.
We had an engagement last episode, you guys.
For the wrong person.
Well, it was to the wrong person. Well, I guess Patreon might feel that way.
The wrong name was said.
The wrong name was said, though, yeah. Imagine you're, like, in the middle of proposing to, like, the love of your life, and you call them by, like, someone else's name.
Drama.
It's not a good start.
You want to see how
it's
that plays
kind
out.
of the worst possible start. I can't imagine that a relationship goes well from that moment on.
No.
And it was such like Tyler felt so bad. He's like, "No, I ruined it." And I was like, "It's fine. We all know what was going on." But if that was a real life proposal, yeah,
You'd have some real questions for the guy about.
Why'd you say my mom's name? What?
Secrets. So, that's on Saturday, so check that out. And last, but by no means least, we are supported by Roll20. Roll20 have sponsored us for a while now, but we've been using them for ages. And they allow us to do cool shenanigans. And I guess the cool shenanigan that I'm going to point out this week involves Bentham going to the map overlay.
Are you gonna do the temp HP one or get a different one?
Temp HP, music, dice.
Ooh.
So Bentham,
yeah.
why does your temp HP look really weird?
Is that not how it's meant to look?
Not meant to look that way. Okay.
I don't know. I did everything you told me to.
Yeah, apparently. Sure,
Uh-oh.
Now I want to see what his temporary.
I thought that was
HP looks
intentional, that it's a smaller bar below your main HP bar.
Did you not see the GIF I posted in admin chat?
I probably, but I will have immediately forgotten it. If I give myself as much temp HP as my normal HP, it becomes that. Is that?
Okay, Skith, give yourself temp HP. You'll see what it's meant to be like. I don't know why yours is broken.
Whoa.
Is it only mine that? Oh, Skith's doing the same.
Is it because you guys don't have a max for your temp HP?
No, you're not meant to have a max. Never enter a max
99.
for temp HP.
I mean, there's no way to
Okay,
enter.
so
a
it's
max.
broken for everyone. That is interesting.
69.
Call it a feature, not a bug. It looks normal. It looks like it's meant to be like that, maybe.
Okay.
Skip's
Why is
like
it going off
way
the
over.
end?
I'm dead.
I think because he gave himself like 99 or something.
I did.
Oh, I want to give myself 99
No,
too.
it shouldn't go off the end. That's meant to be capped.
I just gave myself 99 and it didn't go off the edge.
No, it did.
No, it has.
I'm gonna give myself 300, so I fill the entire. Oh, I didn't go all the way.
Oh. Sorry,
Okay, Bentham, I'm literally running the same
ruin your
CSS
stuff.
as
There we
you,
go.
and okay, it's
I don't
still
know.
going off the edge in my one.
Yeah, I copied everything exactly as it was.
Did
I don't
you?
know. We'll fix it after. We'll bug fix it after. It works for now.
Literally going to send you what it looks like on my end.
Okay. I followed your instructions perfectly. It's not my fault, I swear.
Did you delete the existing CSS?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I
do
put
it
in the new
again.
CSS.
I will push the new CSS. Anyway, so what I want to demonstrate today was, okay, partly the temp HP, but actually what I really want to demonstrate that we now got, thanks to the ingenuity of stream shenanigans, Roll20 script functions, etc., is that if I do stop music and then start music, you should get a now playing notification popping up.
I didn't.
Where does it pop
Well,
up?
in stream. It's meant to pop.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't see it because I wasn't
I
looking.
didn't see
Yeah.
it. I should turn it back on. Do it again. Do it again.
Oh yeah, I'll stop the music again and start the music again.
Oh, I see it pops up at the top there of the chat thing.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So now people will actually not have to just keep asking what music. So there you go. Fancy. And also, if I just roll a whole bunch of dice,
Does
using...
it only work on the map screen?
Only on the map screen for now. I haven't switched over to do the other one.
Oh, okay.
And that should make dice do magical things.
It gives
Boom,
you
you
a
see-
number on the dice in the corner of E's box.
And if I roll secret dice rolls,
Crossing my fingers, this one
Oh,
works. There we
so
go.
they
But-
This one
can
does
see it,
work.
but we can't? That's cool.
No, it comes out as question
Oh, it
marks.
puts a
All we know
question
is that he rolled
marks.
and how many dice, but nothing
nope,
else.
you don't know how many dice. That number
We
is
don't
obfuscated
know,
as well.
but
Ah,
but
That gave two
sneaky.
question
but the
marks.
viewers
I rolled one
know.
dice.
Sneaky.
That's cool.
It's fully obfuscated, so you won't know how many dice to roll, but you'll be like, oh no, he's rolling things. What's happening?
Yeah, so only you guys know on the chat side that he rolls. That's cool.
Yeah, I
Um,
can't stare at stream and
No, I can't. I
Zoom
can't.
and
No,
map
exactly.
and chat.
But I
however,
can because I use that as my Zoom, basically.
Oh, like your OBS
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I look at everything through that. I don't know why he was shushing me. That was weird.
well, I'm gonna get Maggie to do the shilling because I'm gonna be pinging you in Discord and being like, what the
Oh,
hell's
God,
going
I
on with
don't want-
your
Okay. Wasn't prepared. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for joining us. If you do enjoy our stories and you like the characters that we have, and you would like to support us, the best way to support us is heading on over to our Patreon, where not only do you get to support us and help us pay for our cast and all of that jazz, but you also get cool rewards in return, like NPC name submissions, things of that sort, all of the stuff that EE mentioned earlier before. And of course, you can subscribe to us right here on Twitch if you're watching us live, and that will give you access to the VODs in advance, as well as access to some emotes. And if you are a YouTube member over on our YouTube channel, you get access to some of those emotes as well. And whether you are a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron, you get access to our private Discord where you can chat with us and we can, plot all the things together. Or EE will just look at you and go, interesting. And then you know you're on to something. No, maybe. I don't know. But we know that there's people who, can't support us in a monetary way. So first and foremost, take care of you and your family first. But there are a lot of great ways to support us that don't require payment as well. Like watching right here live on Twitch. It helps us a ton. Making clips while we're live, because you can only do that while we're live. It's very weird. And your clips may get spotlighted on our social, which you can follow us over on Twitter and Facebook. Like, share, comment, retweet, all of the things. And right now there are some tweets and Facebook posts already available. So if you want to go like and retweet those, and even if you're watching this as a VOD, there's probably a tweet. Go and a Facebook post. Go like, share, retweet, comment. And of course, if you are watching us live on YouTube, that is a great way to, or not live, watching our YouTube videos. Subscribing, liking, and commenting over there also supports us. And yeah, that's it.
And
That's
if we
all.
get enough Patreon people, I'm gonna start D&D on a bus, and when somebody gets teleported, we're just gonna drop them off at the nearest gas station, and then they have to hitchhike back to us.
What?
Disclaimer: that's not happening.
What if
but
they get in a car and then drive, get next to you, and then they jump back onto the bus?
do they have fine steed?
What if they do?
Then they get a car. They can get a. They...
Find greater steed, Ferrari.
I'll name this one Thunder 2.0.
Oh Oh yeah.
Uh,
Right. Also, we may or may not know if the temp HP is working in a second with
I
Bentham.
think it's working now, but it's gonna be a minute before people can look.
Okay.
Oh, that's
so
what you guys
yay,
are
it's
trying to do.
working. For some reason, it was
close
pulling
your
from the old one.
eyes.
Right. No idea what that is. Anyway, so with that said and done, I believe our recap consists of the group having done some major events recently, have basically got themselves a bit of free time. They have handed over a very evil dagger to Arathane, who owns Arathane's Emporium, a magical shop, after potentially learning that he is friends with Behemoth, the Platinum Dragon, who they met once he was a dog at the time. And who congratulated them for helping defend the city and gifted them some stuff. And so they were like, okay, we like him, you're friends with him, we will let you have dagger and protect it, and we get to research it, and some other stuff. In the downtime, they then decided to try and get permission to enter some secret archives. To do so, they needed to kind of persuade people that they were cool, and Perrin went to try and be like, hey, I'm going to start networking, and so on. And it completely failed in many, many ways because of terrible dice rolls. Arena was trying to make Dragon Punch, the brew, and unfortunately failed in many, many ways. Skith attempted to break in to a very, very secret library belonging to his very, very evil brother, and failed, and let someone else who they were working with get captured and take the fall. And then, after studying the dagger, had the dagger talk to Skith, and being a little bit afraid of the dagger and being in another plane, a little pocket plane designed to contain the dagger for research, Skith decided the only way out, because Skith does not have a better means of transportation, banished himself, which was very, very cunning and does work, because you get banished to the plane that you are native to. And so he banished himself back to the mortal plane, but he ended up with a very bad dice roll, appearing in somewhere that he had only once ever really been, and then only really seen from a distance. And so Skith reappeared in front of a lighthouse that he'd only ever tried to fly a ship to when he was under the effects of some sort of weird magical drug condition, something. And yes, that does look really awesome, Bentham. That is now actually how the bar is meant to look, not a horrible blob.
I don't
I
take
wanna
blame
see
for this. I don't know how this happened. I copied everything you told me to.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's pretty. It's gold.
Pretty. It still does go off the top of the bar, though, so I will need to try and figure that out at some stage. Although, that said, I very much doubt you'll ever
Maybe you
have
didn't
more
give a
than
max?
your health. Well, sort of. You don't actually have a max in your temp HP because you shouldn't, but
I'm gonna give myself 500 again.
don't do it. Don't deliberately break it.
Oh, it
We all
didn't
have
go all the way off
temporary
the end this
HP.
time. It hit the limit and then went slightly further. It's better than before.
But you never really have that huge amount of temp HP.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're ever gonna be walking around with 500 temp HP.
And the only other thing that happened was Arena got a letter from the Platinum Dragon, suspected because it does have the seal of, a Platinum Dragon on the actual wax stamp. Bentham, Perrin, where's Perrin right now?
I'm in Sunthrone.
We're in Sunthrone.
He
Okay.
did, yeah.
The-
He was
the-
doing tournaments and stuff.
The last place I want to be, except possibly in the Ruinstorm.
Yes. And if you move the map over a bit more, I actually see where Arena is. And I will close doors so kitties don't go berserk. Okay.
Aw,
So-
let the kitties play.
They can play. They can play if they want, but maybe not right under my feet. We will start off with Skith. As Skith appeared here.
Cool.
Mm.
I don't remember
loading,
it being
it's
so
loading, it's
bloody
loading.
last time.
We didn't get a look at it last time.
Loading.
Loading, loading.
Mine's loaded.
Loading. There it is.
Mine loaded really fast.
You find yourself now standing at the beginning of a bridge that leads over to this very square, rising lighthouse with this very bright beacon at the top, putting out a very pale light. The actual structure and everything around seems to be kind of a washed out gray. And the water right here does seem to be blood red. And there is a storm overhead. Crackling, rolling deep, kind of gray-black cloud. Occasionally, a flash of red lightning, which arcs down, crashing into the sea. The waves breaking over. You attempt to put the teleportation cube down, and you see the magic kind of build around you, and then a flash of lightning. And the magic seems to break apart. As unfortunately, your attempt to use the teleportation cube did fail. And that is where we rejoin Skith.
I would like to detect magic to see if I can see anything going on.
Okay.
You're gonna get like blinded.
It's gonna be like me using
Yeah, it's like-
divine sense on the river sticks.
Oh yeah.
As you just draw upon the cloak and go to pull this magic through you, you feel a slight ripple go out from you on the edge of the rune storm. The lightning nearby does seem to bend slightly towards you, but it still doesn't come close. It's just a slight bend, but you do notice it. And as that awareness comes to you, the place is suffused with magic. But notably, a lot of it is chaotic and broken. This isn't the normal magic you would see by using this, where you'd see kind of formed spells, you would see patterns. These are bits, fragments. The rune storm nearby is heavily saturated, and each blast of lightning is no normal lightning. As you kind of take this all in, you are aware as the lightning comes down that that is fused with magical power, very destructive magical power.
What about the water? Does it have a magical
Faint.
look to it? Faint?
Not a huge magical power, but faint.
And the tower itself?
Tower itself
any, like,
is
runes
heavily
or-
warded with abjuration magic, along with a couple of others. There's a lot of abjuration magic on there.
Abjuration.
It is the magic of defense, of warding, of protection.
Nope,
Which-
magic.
Might explain
Okay.
why it is still intact.
Yeah, that's making me think that something's locked in there and I shouldn't release it. Okay. Yeah, I don't like being here, so to use the ferryman pendant, I have to go into the abyss. Which how would I do that? Is it just like a
You
cloud?
are kind of on the edge, literally kind of in the periphery of the rune storm right now. You're aware that the rune storm kind of makes up the edge of Ursuline, and that the old continent of Ursuline that lies inside the rune storm is now sunk into or is part of the abyss. In theory, it's just as easy as walking through the rune storm, which you are currently halfway through.
Okay. Well, yeah, I need to find a flowing body of water to try to use this pendant if my teleportation is down, and I don't want to linger because a fiend seemed really set on coming here. So, yeah, I'm gonna go head towards the abyss and go up in there and see if I can find a flowing body of water.
Okay. As Skith turns away from the tower, the light and you head towards the increasingly foggy, lightning-filled area on the northern bank and begin walking. I will make a roll. Aha. Distance no longer functions as a comprehensible manner within the region. Creatures make range attacks with disadvantage, and the range of those attacks is halved. but also your walking pace becomes erratic. While you might walk 30 feet, at 30 feet might actually only seem to be 5, or it might seem to be 90. Roll me a D4. Let's see how much it's magnified or scaled down. 2. Slightly scaled down and very erratic, because while you continue to walk, it seems to judder around. As you push through the cloud, one arc of lightning comes down towards you. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. Or Skith fails to move quickly enough, having kind of moved at a run and yet still only being 5 foot from where he started. And as the lightning lands literally down your back, scorching your robes and hitting the ground, splinters of rock breaking apart. You take...
You have resistance to like lightning, don't you?
Mhm.
Take half from actual lightning. I don't know if it's the same since it's red.
Oh.
Counts as the same, but if it is lightning
True.
damage, it is half.
20 points of lightning and 5 points of force damage. So you take 15 overall with your resistance.
Okie dokie.
And you stumble on.
So what if I tried to use my rod of storms to take control of the storm above me, and then I could like make sure the lightning doesn't hit me? In theory,
You could certainly try.
I know it's not a normal storm, but I mean, if lightning hits me after I try, it'll just charge it back up. So, and it's
Okay.
already full charges.
So what do? How'd you do this?
Oh, I'm gonna hold up my rod of storms and very carefully be like, call lightning.
Okay. Make me a flat charisma roll.
This could go really well or really bad. Oh no.
9.
Don't
Okay.
you have like those reroll things that you can do?
It costs him
It's
meta
only-
magic points.
It's only for abilities too.
That is an
not-
ability check.
Oh,
Oh.
is it? Well, if I failed, I'll use a sorcery point.
You don't know if you failed or not, but do you want to?
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's a 9, and that's below average.
It could get worse.
It could, but
Nat
It
20.
could
Oh
get
my
better.
gosh, worth. So worth. Nat
it
20,
could
25.
get better.
Okay. So with a
Yes.
25, which just meets the lowest of the DCs,
Yes.
as you see red lightning streak towards you for your impotence is somewhat rewarded as a small patch of cloud appears overhead and blue-white lightning arcs down, colliding with the red lightning bolt midway, both sending them cascading across above you in a spider web of white flashes and just cracks. And there is an almighty boom knocking you to the ground as the very faint, cloudy outline of your storm begins to get buffeted from all sides. Red lightning. Also, I need to roll something. You see the sky around it beginning to glow, as then lightning cascades down, hitting it, going through it, and sheets of fire across all of this red lightning comes into being. The lightning flashes, fire going down the side of the lightning, but as the lightning breaks apart, the flame then drops to the ground as if it was covered in napalm. You see the actual land around you getting fire starting. The sea, fire just kind of sits on top of the surface as if covered in oil.
I don't know if that helped or not. That's an interesting interaction.
For the duration of your spell, provided you have concentration, for 1 minute, the red lightning cannot hit you as the blue lightning effectively is acting as a discharge point as they both collide. And you see, time after time, sprays of these spider webs over you as each lightning bolt is intercepted.
All right, while I have time, then I'm gonna get moving and try to find some body of water and just keep digging that hole into the abyss.
Okay.
It's technically like a different plane now, right? Like,
Once you cross the threshold, you will need to make me a wisdom saving throw. Keep
Okay.
your intent as you pass. Actually, charisma saving throw. Charisma saving throw.
Okay.
This sheer force of personality as opposed to canniness. 21. Forcing yourself through sheer blunt-headedness through the wall of rolling cloud, you find yourself now standing on the other side. While you can see this bank of cloud behind you, lightning playing out as the last bits of lightning smash through the spell that you had. You can see in front of you is a wasteland. Roll me a d8 to determine roughly where you came out. Eight. Okay then.
It's green. It means it's good.
You find yourself looking down over the lip of a cliff into what appears to be a bay or a harbor. And you can see bits of buildings, broken areas of what appears to be some kind of stone. Strange metal poles protruding out of the ground. Boxy metal shapes that are pushed off to one side. And these large paths and avenues for coaches to kind of roll down between buildings. And they're all broken. Some of them are missing most of the building. Some of them are just damaged. Some of them are gone entirely, and you can see kind of this square outline of where a building once was. The ground is littered with its broken glass. It's littered with bits of paper and bone. The buildings, however, look slightly different to what you're used to. Many of them are much taller. The strange carriages you can see don't seem to have anywhere for horses or any sort of draft animal. They seem to be entirely self-powered magical implements. I will now show you an art piece. You now find yourself inside Ursuline, looking down at the edge of what once was a large town or city. You can see the form of a water source of some kind. Having rolled an 8, you can see what appears to be a river going down the middle of this city. It is blood red, but nearby it does seem to go through a bit of what once might have been garden or parkland.
You said I came out on like the edge of like a cliff area, like a overlook. All right, I'll cast Spider Climb then.
The cliff is towards kind of the sea in the way you came. The
is
land
it-
going along the side of the cliff would take you to the city.
Would it be faster to Spider Climb? Down
It would
the.
be something you could potentially do. It might be faster. It would avoid going through the city.
I have two things I want to do. I want to investigate one of the cars and see if there's anything I can pull out of it that like small that might Arena think might be cool or useful. And then I want to go to the river.
Okay.
I don't want to like Sherlock Holmes this area. I just want to like check out like one of the weird vehicles that seem to be self-propelling.
So do you just want to walk up to one of the nearby vehicles?
vehicles?
You want to just walk up to like one of the nearby kind of cars and have a look? You're gonna do this stealthily.
I will cast invisibility on myself while I do this,
Okay.
because I don't want any creepers peeping me.
Yeah, it switched to like a weird.
It was like you
My-
were radioing in.
Yeah, I
it's
have, like, this-
Skiff!
This radio sound. Yeah.
It like switched to that for
Uh-huh.
some reason.
Okay.
The car just starts up in Arena's voice. Can you hear me?
Skiff, can you hear me?
Skiff.
Calling in. Back up.
Skiff. As you walk forwards, going past partial bodies that look like they have been there a long time, ones that look like they've been there maybe only a few weeks and are very rotten, and many, many bones, you cast invisibility and you find yourself fading away. I need to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. I have two slots. I had to fix it. Constitution saving throw.
Mhm.
15.
15. Okay. You make your way on, pushing through, and you make your way up to a nearby boxy type vehicle of some kind. Looking it over, it has been here a while. It is rusted and it is covered in kind of grayish moss fungus towards the bumper. What would you like to do with it?
If there's any windows, I'll look inside and see if there's any loose type of gizmos or gadgets that look. I mean, anything that's not like, I'm not trying to take an engine with me or something, you know, just maybe like try to just look over it real quick, figure out maybe what's giving it power, or maybe some way to pop the rusted front
Make
open.
me, an int roll.
Okay.
$13. Honestly, this is unfortunately beyond you. You do not know what could be useful
Okay.
here. You could try and grab something random, but you do not know what would be of most use, and you don't know how to get hold of it.
Okay. I'll try to grab if there's anything that I can just pocket real quick. That's not going to weigh me down too much.
You
I'll just try to
open the
grab.
door
I'll
and
just
kinda
grab
sit in
something
and
randomly.
Grab something.
Yeah.
Okay. You try and force the door open. It doesn't really require a strength roll because it will just happen. But it might take a little bit of effort. As you strain against it, it opens and you hear a
Sleeping.
you see a little kind of pudgy, short, human-looking kind of thing, but it looks like if the skin was maybe a couple of sizes too large and then had been kind of swollen by just kind of taking a bicycle bump to it. Bits of the skin are kind of pulling off in patches, almost like it's got a very debilitating skin disease. The nose is completely gone, and the eyes are kind of vaguely kind of faded and milky.
Who's there? Please, my home. Leave me be. I cannot see you. You are powerful. Yes, I can feel the power radiating off you. Yes, you are not meant to be here. Yes, I can show you around. I can show you way out. Please.
Is he inside of the vehicle then?
He is in the back seat, and your passive perception was not high enough to see him, but he's in the back seat and he's kind of looking around in your direction, but he can't see you, so his eyes are kind of focusing and moving around. He seems to be vaguely staring at kind of your chest region. And this is what he looks like.
Oh.
I'm fucking out.
He's
No, don't go. No, you live. I will get everyone around to chase you. You take me.
Oh, he just wants a best friend.
He wants to eat me.
Best friend, food, same thing.
Guys, I really want to fireball the car.
You do you, man. We're not
But
there. We're
that's
not your
definitely
voice of reason.
Definitely going to alert anything nearby if I do that. I need my friends with me. I'm not as brave without my friends backing me up. Yeah, that thing doesn't look right. So I'm gonna
we
try
find where
to.
your courage comes from then.
Yeah.
Having not heard a reply and kind of you've suddenly gone stationary, the bones aren't cracking nearby, he assumes you're kind of thinking it over.
Yes, I can sense you. You're going to join us. It might not be now. It might not be soon, but you'll join us one day. I can feel it. You lust for power, yes? You want power amongst all things. If you want power and you want to overthrow established orders, you will end up amongst our ranks. I can sense it. You will become here eventually. You will need a friend here when you end up here. Yes. You are on your path here. You will become one of us. You will need a friend. Yes.
Can I
can
roll
be that
insight?
You can attempt an insight, sure.
No. Help.
Oh no.
7.
He's my best friend.
Whatever else, he is being self-serving and definitely kind of wants you to kind of go for what he's propositioned, but he seems to genuinely believe this about you, and he is kind of very much like, yes, you're going to be here anyway, so you might as well. You don't want me to. I'll do it. If you don't agree, I will call for every demon around. Like, everything he says does appear to be true. At least he believes it to be true.
Yes, you're on your path here anyway. Yes. If you are on your path here, you will need people who know I can be that one for you. You
Yes,
are
but
powerful.
what do
When
you
end
need
up
from
here,
me?
You will be powerful. What?
But what do you need from me? What's in it for you?
For me? Now? Or when you end up here?
Either.
Now,
Whichever.
Now, you can give me something I do not know. I could have, a portion of your soul? A portion of your soul would be very tasty. No, I take your silence for acquiescence, yes?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh.
try to
Oh.
sneak away at that. My soul just went through some very sensitive training, and it's not to be trifled with right now. So
Okay, make me a stealth roll with advantage. 'cause
knew
you're
it.
invisible.
okay. I knew it. I'm so bad at it. of advantage.
Just hope his like perception is worse than yours. than
Yeah.
yours.
See.
Stealth.
Otherwise, he's getting banished or polymorphed, or I
Maybe he
don't have
doesn't see
polymorph,
well. He just gets around through smell.
but
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Give me just a little taste. A little taste. I will show you out. And when you come back, we'll be bonded. Yes. Oh, when you go back to your mortal plane, the material realm, you will have my bond. You can call upon me. You can take me out of here. Together, we can give you the power that you crave. I can feel it. You will end up here anyway one day. You will end up.
As you start walking away, you just kind of hear this as he's still talking.
You will end up here. I know it. I feel it. I can taste it on your soul. You crave power, and you crave power, but you crave to overthrow the established orders. That's the way of the demon. Your soul is coming here anyway. Your path is chosen. Yes, you will meet friends. I will be one of them. What say you? What?
I'm walking to the river. I'm walking right towards the river. I'm gonna
About a
pretend
minute
like
later,
that
you
guy
hear-
didn't even happen.
Tricked! There is a mortal! Everyone!
Right ahead.
Okay.
I'm already gone, like a ninja in the night.
Okay.
Sorcerer ninja.
As you are beginning to move fast, but still stealthily through the remains of this town and city, you get further in and you see these ropey black kind of tree limb type tentacles somewhere halfway between what could be a root or could in fact be kind of like an octopus tentacle of some kind, but thick, ropey, and covered in a very thin black tar going over every surface nearby, crawling up buildings and around and through the streets. As you hurry, one of them lashes forth around trying to catch your foot, and then another, and you start having to move, ducking, and dodging. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. 17. You manage to duck, weave, and thanks to a little bit of your experiences and your training with the rest of the group, make it through as these strange black tentacles swing back and forth at you. As you come to an intersection, you notice one of the buildings nearby is half collapsed. Looks like something has smashed through it. And you see what appears to be kind of a very large metal cylinder that is bent and contorted and then split at the top, leaning just out the top of the building. You wish to keep heading towards the river?
Yeah, I'm not trying to explore. I'm trying to go home. This was an accident.
Okay.
I don't want to be here. I tried to grab Arena a steering wheel or something, and that I found a weird pudgy man with gross skin. So I'm out. I'm done.
I need you to make me a stealth roll with advantage again, because you're invisible, to avoid being found by the demons that are now coming towards the call. Mostly because your wisdom passive fails to spot them coming. Okay.
Can I guidance that again?
Yeah, it is an ability. No, it's not an ability check. It is a skill check. Does it say you can reroll skills?
Oh, it's a skill check. Okay. No, it's ability. It's just ability checks.
Let me check. I think you can reroll. Ability check means you can reroll skills and ability checks. I think you can reroll that. Does it say roll additional dice? Does it say reroll?
It says reroll the d20 and you must
reroll
use
with
the new
advantage.
roll.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna knock off another point. And let's go stealth again. It's got to be better than a 9, right? Yeah, it's better. It's better.
21.
Or a 4.
You
Nat
find
20.
yourself confronted with what can only be a small group of these kind of pudgy little creatures. along with slightly larger form with kind of bat-like wings, very thin, long features that flaps overhead looking around. You quickly dive off to the side and they pass, and then you continue going. And you make your way down towards the blood-red river in front of you that pushes through this part of what once might have been Ark. Let me just real quick pull you over. Yeah. Gotta make sure it is boop. And boop. Okay. As now invisible, with maybe 10 minutes left, maybe a little less on your invisibility, you make your way down to the edge of the blood-red river standing in front of you.
Okay.
You can feel the temperature beginning to drop. You see the edges of the river, a little thin film of ice beginning to form on, and the wind is beginning to pick up, and you can hear howling.
I'm looking around, even though my perception is garbage, and then I'm going.
What are you looking for?
I'm just trying to see if I'm being pursued, if I can break invisibility to try to get this. You know what? I don't think I have to. Well, it is an action. Does an action break my invisibility?
Nope. Depends on the action,
Okay.
but not normally.
Okay,
attacks,
so
spells, etc. do.
I will hold invisibility then. I'll keep invisibility, and I'll pull out the pendant and hold it towards the river, and I will try to request the presence of a Marinoloth to bargain with.
Okay. What do you say as you hold the pendant aloft to the river?
Please come and provide me safe passage out of this place and back to my own plane. And if you hear me and provide this service, I will happily compensate you for your help.
Okay. The pendant seems to kind of very faintly vibrate in your hand. Very faintly.
And then I will wait while invisible until I see something, because it says it might take a few moments to happen.
The wind begins to pick up, and as you're on the edge of the river, you are exposed. There is no way to really keep yourself out of harm's way here. You take... 9 points cold damage as a howling wind seems to sap all that kind of warmth, heat from your body. Invisibility, oh dear, you want to reroll your con save because you've got advantage on them.
Yeah, I was looking to see if it automatically did that, but it's just automatically
It does it once, but
not
it doesn't
twice.
manage to do it with advantage. The sheet doesn't actually have a flag for advantage on con save, sadly. 13, you still have
That's a
concentration.
pass. Thank you, innate warcaster ability.
Okay. A minute passes. Still no sign. You take 6 more points of cold damage. Another minute passes. Still no one coming to your aid. You gonna wait longer?
Gonna keep waiting.
You take 7 more points of cold damage.
Can I pop a contingency ban potion for that?
You may indeed.
Or I'll just drink a regular potion that I have.
Drop 7, and then you've got a potion macro on your thing. So if you just minus 7 health and then pop the potion macro and then say from bottle and then remove from inventory, should do it.
Question. Out of character. If he were to put up his tent, would that protect him from the environment here?
He has no idea.
Oh, okay.
It's also like, hey, there's a tent, demons. Let's go.
For sure. I mean,
It's
yeah.
this
you can make it
point-
look like the surrounding, but yeah, not quite.
Minus this potion.
If you rolled with the macro from the sheet, you used the other one. Yeah. You
Oh,
have
I
on your
used
sheet
health
now,
potion.
under the attacks, if you click health
Oh.
potion under your attacks in future,
Yep.
that will actually reduce it from your sheet and everything.
Okay. All right, cool.
Is at this point you see a very rustic-looking small barge, a skiff, making its way slowly out of a kind of bank of fog that's appeared upriver. On it is a hooded figure with a long wooden pole, gently. And then they begin to look around. You have failed your con save. Reroll it just in case.
Sure.
11.
I'm
Still
gonna
succeeds.
drop it as soon as he gets somewhat close to the shore. I'm gonna drop invisibility and
Okay.
I'm gonna be holding the pendant up in the air.
Okay. In which case,
You come to bargain with me, bearer of the mark of God.
That is right. I require passage from this place back to the material plane. I seem to have mistakenly come here. What is it you require? Gold?
This place. I risk much by coming here for you. You
I do-
wish passage just to the material plane.
Yes, I have pressing business there still. I do appreciate you answering the call.
It is not too far from this distance, and since you bear the mark, I will make an exception to my price. 20 platinum. I do not haggle 20 platinum every second I spend here. I wish to be on my way.
Well, I am afraid I don't have that much on me, but I do have several other items that might be of interest.
at this point, you hear
I see him. He is at the river. Come, come. I had already set my price. You do not have the coin yet to wish to bargain.
I don't have 20 platinum on me.
The
Well,
last
it's just
time I
gold.
checked,
What about that cloak of yours?
I have 3
This is
gold.
worth far more than 20 platinum.
It is.
The last time I checked, a bargain meant that there were no set prices and there was meant to be haggling.
There is no haggling over this price. If there were, I would increase it at this point, as I knew.
Fine,
Oh,
fine. Take your
what
platinum.
you
Let's
want.
go.
A platinum. I asked
Your,
for 20.
your platinum. Your 20 platinum. You may have them. I just need to leave
I
hastily.
require payment.
He does
Okay.
have 20 platinum. You were trying to tell him you didn't have it.
I
That's
misunderstood the amount that I had. I
You
thought that was
47
2,000
platinum.
gold for a
No,
moment.
you-
I was
I
like,
you're 47
require
gold.
the money now.
I'm trying to you attempt to
I
use
thought
a
you were
roll command.
trying to what do you call it? Deceive him, like bluff him.
I didn't mean
Hey,
to.
imposter! He refused me part of his soul!
Yeah, I did. Because it's my soul, you scum suck. You give me part of your soul.
The bargain is complete. Get aboard now.
Ah. Jump onto the barge, duck down.
The hooded Renloth, of whom you can only see 2 very faint glowing yellow dots inside the hood, and the skeletal hand retreats, holding your 20 platinum as he begins to push. And as you see the banks, now multiple demons of all shapes and sizes moving down it. One with kind of tinted purple skin in a kind of like breastplate and ornate helmet. Long tongue lashing around, looking at you without eyes. The mist closes.
I can't fireball them to leave me something to remember me by.
You can always try.
I don't want to. We'll just leave. I mean, I want to, out of character, but.
I need you to roll me a D100.
Oh, shit. That can't be good. He better take me to where I want it, or he's giving me a
You
refund.
asked to be taken to the material plane.
Shit. Yeah, I did.
You did specifically ask. And then you
Yeah,
repeated the
they get
material
you.
plane.
They get you like that, dude.
Should have specifically requested a
This
place.
is gonna turn into
okay.
like quantum
It's kind of like when you're making deals with demons, you have to be very specific. Or devils, you have to be very
I mean,
specific about the
saying
wording.
like this. He just said the material plane. I don't think this is on the demon for being anal about it. He didn't
No,
say
no,
where
no.
wanted
He
to
didn't
go.
specify. That's what I'm saying. Like,
And the demon did request a second time a location.
he did.
So,
He did.
with a 90, he takes you the place that is easiest for him. He doesn't want to have to go out of his way. And so, Skith, you find yourself at the very mouth of the River Clip. In a few miles, as you come out of the fog, you can actually see Behemoth as he pulls the skiff up to one side of the river.
We are here. The material plane. I hope this is somewhere close to where you can find your rest.
This is wonderful, considering I wasn't intelligent enough to specify where we were going.
I did wonder.
I was under a lot of pressure. There were demons chasing me.
It was not my favorite circumstance to bargain either. Had I known you would be chased, I would have increased the price before I set it.
No, it's fine. If they would have caught me, I would have just dealt with them.
I can already tell you will join them eventually.
Fuck.
Oh no.
thank you very much.
supply many souls. I can tell where they are headed. You will make this return journey one day. Although there is the opportunity for you to end up in one of the hells, should you move towards rigidity and conservative power structures.
Well, someone's got to kill me first before I can go joining any demon soul cults in the abyss.
If you keep making your way into the abyss, the chances of that are quite high.
It was an accident. Don't happen again.
Many
next time it'll be on
people die
purpose.
from a single accident. I have ferried many of them.
Well, you know what they say about opinions. Everyone has one. Thank you for your service.
Is that what they say? How times
is what
have
I say.
changed.
As he fades back, as he punts back. Fist!
And asshole. I don't think he has one. He's a skeleton man.
This is why you're gonna end up in there with him, with all those meat blobs.
Do you really want to shout that?
No. I love you. Thank you for saying.
Remember the pendant? It's got some rules about, like, this
I
is like a
know.
magical item. It's about being...
Hey, we're back. Presumably, we should be back.
I don't know where we left
Whoa.
off, but
We're back. Skith, you find yourself a few miles from the hero Ras. What'd you like to do?
Gonna try to go find Arena. Gonna do Skith's least favorite thing to do, which is walk himself.
Okay.
So,
So, Arena, as you look down at this letter with the symbol, what looks like the Platinum Dragon Behemoth,
I
holding
immediately
down the back of the envelope, there is a very tired and pained knock at the door.
Arena.
Arena's like just about to rip it open, and then it's like, ah, shoves it into her bag of holding and goes to the door and opens it.
Skith is hurt. He is tired. He is covered in a few
I would
burns.
know it's Skith because the ring, right?
Yeah, you'd have noticed when he came into range, I guess, but
that I'm hurt. Yeah, but
yeah,
you're like,
and
it's
he is-
probably just mucking
he is
about.
also covered in like a thin sheet of ice in some places.
What happened to you? Get inside. And she'll close the door and she'll hand you like 10 vials. They're just like injection vials. Here. What happened?
Well, funny story. I went to do research on that dagger, and
Oh no, you didn't use the dagger. Do you have it? You didn't
no,
take it
no,
with you,
no,
did you?
no, no, no. But
Did someone
it was
stab you
in.
with it?
Not yet. Arathane locked it in some other planar dimension, and he said he'd be back later to check on me. But then, when I began to study the dagger, it began to converse with me, and it was saying things that I did not like. So I took matters into my own hands, and I banished myself from the plane so that I could return to this plane. But in Arena, I was whipping around. I felt like I was whipping around and changing direction, and I ended up back at the lighthouse that I tried to crash the airship into.
All the way to the Grey Straits? How? Wait, what?
It's simple mathematics and magical echolocation, and
Well,
That's not the
clearly
right
not
word.
simple enough. Why would you go there? Why wouldn't you just teleport yourself here?
well, I didn't think it out. I was just thinking, it'll pop me right back out where I entered the other plane, but it was not. It was a random place. I didn't go in the lighthouse, but the teleportation cube, it wouldn't work. And
Oh.
so I decided the best option would be to enter the abyss, which I will tell you now is not a lovely place at all.
I feel like that is never the best option, is to go to the abyss.
But Arena, they had these vehicles and they didn't even had a place for a horse. And they must have been powered by some other means, maybe magic. And I tried to find
Take one of those with you.
They were too large and too heavy, but I tried to find a piece of it to bring back. But then there was this horrible creature in the back, and it said it lived in there, and it tried to tell me it wanted to eat a piece of my soul, and
No, maybe
and
it
I
wasn't
said,
the
"No,
vehicle.
demon, I'm
Maybe
leaving."
Maybe it was their home.
That's what he said, but then he called all of his demon friends to pursue me, and luckily I casted invisibility on myself. But then I remembered I came here to find a flowing body of water because we got this pendant, and I was able to get the fair. It was 200 more gold. I'm almost broke.
What did you do with the other gold?
Well, I had to sow dissension in the sheer satrapy, and to try to get into the library and make connections, I had to spend money to teleport back when I was caught, and several other things, I'm sure, grease a few palms here and there.
Okay, well, did you get any information that is going to help us?
I barely escaped alive.
Ugh.
The ferryman charged me 20 platinum. It seemed very steep, but the cost would have been my life if I hadn't paid. I am sure I would have taken a lot of them down with me, though. There were so many.
I'm
They were
glad you're
disgusting. They
safe,
didn't
but-
have eyes.
Have eyes.
They said I would be coming back, and they kept telling me that I was on the path of a demon. I think they were just trying to get into my head.
Arena,
The
make
ferryman
a
said it
religion
as
roll.
well.
20?
20.
Not a nat 20, dirty 20.
No, but dirty 20 is still good. It's kind of what I need for certain information here.
Mm.
You know that the Raven Queen obviously is the one responsible for the vast majority of souls who make their way to the afterlife and where they deserve to be. There are a few people who wish to go to the abyss. Most of them don't. But those souls that are not deserving or otherwise tainted or who've done very evil acts in life tend to end up going other places than they may have wanted. Those who end up going to the abyss are those who tend to crave power. And power without constraint, power without limits, and those who don't want to go through and stick to rigid rules or
Totally
existing
headed there.
structures.
Oh.
Those who wish and crave power end up going to some of the other planes, and that can include the abyss.
I think Arena just says,
Well, before you met Perrin and I, you did say that you didn't have anyone else with you. Did you do something bad, Skith? You know, like murdering people, hurting anyone?
No. I mean, I don't remember everything that happened in the towers. And I do know that I didn't walk out with as many people as I went in with, but I don't think I murdered them.
You don't
Everything
have to
I
murder
do
someone. You don't have to
is-
do a specific bad thing, but provided you only crave power for power's sake.
I know, she's just
Etc.
asking him if he
Okay.
did something naughty first.
Okay.
I've only ever wanted to get stronger so I could go and take vengeance on my brother and free my home of his tyranny.
Well, if you didn't do anything bad, maybe it is because you want to be powerful, but you're not, well, you have to be careful with power.
What do you mean? If you have enough power, you can do whatever you want.
That's the problem.
Well, as they say, you can change the cover of a book, but its insides remain.
Are you saying you won't ever change?
I'm saying I am who I am. I may grow over time, but I don't know if my goals will ever change.
I think you've changed a lot, even in the time that I've known you. I mean, remember that one time when we were in the school and we had the conversation about why you would ever do something for someone else instead of for you?
Yes, well, it was you presented a very logical argument.
Well, sometimes you just do nice things for people and you don't have to expect
And then
something
they owe
in
you.
return. No,
Oh.
that is precisely what I was saying, is that you don't have to always have
Right.
something in return. And,
Well,
you know,
perhaps there are many more lessons I can learn.
yes, you and Perrin both need to learn. Vengeance is not always the way to go about everything.
I'll tell you what, if you keep my soul from going to the abyss and help me become whatever I need to do for that, then perhaps I will teach you the ways of seduction. And you will be able to find yourself a partner. I know your family wishes it for you so.
Yeah, they do, but I don't know if I want it.
Well, all right. Then perhaps I'll just keep teaching you Celestial once we find more time.
That sounds like a better deal. And, if you're interested, well, I do prayers every morning and every night.
What, to the Raven Queen?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Seems like a fine enough entity, but I don't think she embodies what I'm looking for and someone that I would offer prayers to.
Well, then who would you offer your prayers to?
Well, I think that requires more research, which is one of the reasons I was trying to break into the library before my plans were foiled.
Well, when you figure it out, let me know. But depending on who you worship, you might end up back in there anyway.
I don't want to just blindly pick someone because I'm told to or I'm supposed to. I would like to do my own research and make a educated decision on who I should follow.
Arena,
Well,
with a 20, you would also know that it's not about... For most gods, it's not about begging them to be like, I will do whatever to not be in the abyss. Because that's just bribery. And while it might work for some gods, most gods are like, yeah, but you need actual personal change. And that is part of what the Raven Queen, when she gets the souls, kind of looks at and is like, yeah, they're just going to reject this one goes here, etc. And yeah, so
Yeah, I was
there
gonna
has to
get
be
that.
personal change.
He was
But
taking me
that can
down
also
that
be a
thing.
catalyst to personal change.
Yeah.
But with a 20, you would know that finer point.
Well, it is not just about worshipping people. And sometimes, you know, you end up worshipping somebody you didn't even realize. But it's more about the actions that you take and what you do in your life. And, you know, sometimes a god or goddess can, well, direct you down the right path.
I'll tell you what, if I am going to end up in the abyss, my brother damn well sure be as well, and I will haunt him for all of eternity in that bottomless hell.
I don't think this is helping.
I'm sorry, I'm still rather shaken up from being...
So maybe the first lesson that you need
stranded.
to learn is forgiveness. Even when someone does something very awful.
I forgive
sometimes-
you for telling me that I should forgive my brother, because that will never happen.
Well, maybe in due time.
If I forgive him, how am I supposed to go to the satrapy and help the House of War overthrow him and save all of those people? He's caused countless lives to end and much suffering. He destroyed hundreds of Dragonborn on his own side, no less. Well,
And there should be
I guess that
consequences
is-
for his actions, but I mean, there are other ways to handle things than you know. Just because someone murders a bunch of people doesn't mean you have to murder them to make it right.
What I could do is I could trap his soul in some sort of gem and bury it deep underground where no one will ever find it. Then that is not murder.
No, but it's not very nice either.
Raven Queen would have certain views on that.
I'm running out of options here, Rena. I'm running out of ideas. Should
Well,
I
I
just
think you're
retire from the life of a sorcerer and become a farmer?
Well, you don't have to do that, but
Would
unless you
never.
want to do that. Okay.
I
but
hate growing crops. The only thing I'm going to grow is this tree.
Oh, but it's so relaxing. You water them and you put them in the ground.
I don't want to relax. I want action and excitement and adrenaline, like the kind I get when I'm playing a close game of dragon chess.
Ooh, you could become like a dragon chess master.
I already am that, Arena.
Okay.
She said,
If you need proof, I'll play you right now.
I'm not a master, so what would that prove?
Well, it would prove I am a master.
No. It would just
Anyway,
prove
what
that
has
you're
anything
better
else
than me.
happened while I've been gone?
I don't know. I haven't heard from Parent.
I'm sure he's fine. He's a sturdy fellow. Well,
But I have heard that he's been winning tournaments, which is very exciting.
it would be like Perrin to use his vacation time to go and fight.
Oh, I finally made it.
and she brings over the this like small bottle, and she pours you like a little tiny part of it.
Dragon Punch. So you put
Well,
this
it
in
smells
there,
nice.
And then you drop that, and be careful because something's going to jump into your face.
All right. Okay.
Huh.
And
Nah.
you just see an illusion of a punch, like your hand. It looks kind of like your hand because that's what the illusion is based off of.
Yes, this is exactly what we need, Arena. This is going to go viral.
Viral.
What is viral?
It's when something spreads infectiously very quickly.
Oh, but hopefully in a good way, right?
Yes, it'll shower us with money, hopefully.
Not like a disease.
No, it's a metaphor.
All right.
What is that in your hand, though? Some sort of letter? Are we being summoned?
Oh, I put it in the bag of holding.
Oh, sorry.
What was
What's
in
it-
your hand?
What
Whatever,
was in-
yeah.
I don't know anything.
Oh, and I also made all of these.
And she shows you like there's just like 8 grenades that are like sitting on a table, and they look like well, he has the art for it, but they just kind of look like bubbles with like lightning inside them.
Do you sleep with those in here?
No, she makes them drunk.
Well, I
Have
guess
you
I
been
have
working
slept
on
with them
these
in
at the
here.
same time as the Dragon Punch?
Yes, I was. Sometimes I take a
Hmm.
little break and like make the grenade, and then I go back to making the drink.
Do you find that drinking makes your crafting more polished?
No, but I do feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
I'll try to be far away when you let one of those loose. They look wonderful, though. Very useful.
Oh, you could have one if you want.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, you can take one. It's a Vez grenade.
Note down in your item section that you have a Vez grenade. I will add it to your sheet as an actual usable item at some
Okay.
point. I will note that for me to do.
All right, I have 7 then. Yes, I'm slowly just getting rid of weight. No, I'm just kidding. And then she kind of like takes the rest of them and puts them all in a bag, and then she pulls out what looks like a letter, and she's like,
Oh, and we got this, but I was just about to open it when I really want to know what it is. It looks like it's from that platinum dragon that we were talking to. You remember the one that was a little puppy and I petted it?
Yes, that was very disrespectful.
But there was a puppy here.
Was it really, though?
I mean, when I saw
I
it,
believe it was a very ancient dragon.
I think he liked it when I petted him, though.
He may have been courteous. Well, regardless, we seem to have been... Maybe he does like being pet. We seem to have earned his favor, but let's hope that letter reflects that.
yes. And Arena will open the letter and look at it. What does it read? What does it read?
There you go.
Ooh, I get to read it. All right. She opens it up. Do I see like the platinum dragon symbol, or is this what was?
No,
in
that would be
on the
kind of like
emblem?
the crest, except it wasn't a shield, it was a
Oh, okay.
wax seal.
Dear Arena Dear Perrin Valderel, Skit Lightning Tongue, I am glad you were successful in your voyage in search of Arena's brother. I hear he is doing well. My congratulations. Well, I'm glad somebody has heard of him. I haven't seen my brother. Where is he? A certain friend of mine informed me. Ooh, I wonder if that was Erathane. I was talking to Erathane, and he seems like he might know the dragon. It's kind of interesting. Informed me you wished to trade for the orb of dragonkind you gave to him. Oh, what did you do, Skit?
You were there. I tried to give him the dagger.
So you could give it to me. I applaud the ingenuity, but be reassured that the orb is safe in my care already. Everything is reliable. Given recent events and your coming expedition to the Ashir Satraphy, I have taken the liberty of speaking to some of my contacts in... Oh, is it Invaline? Invaline? Invaline. They have extended you a favor on my behalf. You are welcome there, and you will find friends. Before you leave for Satraphy, we will talk more. Murdoch, the Justice Bringer, Lord of Pure Incantation, the Valiant. Ooh, we get to see him again. I wonder if he will show up in puppy form or dragon form. Do you think he's going to fly here?
I am
Or does he
uncertain
tele-
of his means of transportation. Hopefully they are more reliable than my own.
I would hope so.
I hope he doesn't show up like a dog. We would look very silly conversing with a puppy.
Why? What is wrong with conversing with a puppy?
He is a powerful ancient being, capable of great destruction and power. It seems beneath him to journey somewhere in that form, when
But
he could
sometimes
take
you want-
many.
You don't want people to be afraid of you. Sometimes you want to be welcoming.
Why?
Because you want people to like you? Or not be afraid of you? Or
Well, if
to not
they're
just
afraid of
do
you, they will
something-
pretend to like you. It's almost the same.
It's not the same
Either
at
someone
all.
wants something from you, Arena, or they are scared of you, or basically, those are most of the reasons that people interact with one another. I found everyone
Well-
just wants something.
I will let you know, Skit. I don't want anything from you. I just want you to be my friend. So I guess I want something from you, but it's just for you to be my friend.
Well, you already have that, so you'll have to find something else.
Or you could just be my friend.
I am your friend, Arena. I only have like 3 of them.
She thinks about it and she's like,
You only have 3 friends?
Yes, it is not a label that I easily place on one person or another. I would say maybe perhaps that Rindri is my friend as well.
See,
So
you
that would make
already have
4.
more friends than you think. Perhaps there are more people that are your friends. You just haven't put a label on it.
I would like to be friends with that Rakdos fellow, but he seems mighty suspicious. But very interesting.
I don't think he would be a good person to be a friend with. Maybe a good acquaintance, though. So, when do you think he's going to show up?
I don't know, but we should probably inform Perrin or get in touch with him. Maybe we shouldn't tell him about my little excursion.
Hi, Arena. It is your evening. Pietro checking in. I'm about to do the rounds, and do you want me to tell anyone anything? Oh, hi.
Yes, we need to get in touch with, Perrin to let him know that Marduk has messaged us. Remember the Platinum Dragon?
Oh.
That was such a
Dang.
puppy, and I pet him. I wonder if he's going to show up as a puppy.
Wait, okay, so he's gonna show up as a puppy.
I don't know if he's going to, but I kind of hope he does.
Okay, so he messaged you saying that he was gonna show up, and it might be as a puppy.
No, did not specify if he was going to be a puppy, but I just think it.
Okay, so he
Said
might
we
be
would
showing up, and it
communicate.
could be as a puppy. I will let Perrin know right now. Okay. Perrin.
Oh, and Skit is with me.
Oh, Perrin.
I imagine Perrin is at some random mid-tier noble party.
He's
in
at like a party
some
just
town.
holding a cocktail glass looking really glum because it's going terribly.
But I'm imagining he's got like a lovely, friendly, winning smile plastered on,
True.
and then
He's
when
got
he
really
gets that call in, he turns around and immediately is like, ugh.
Yep. You go to like the bathroom, find a cubicle, and just like,
Yeah, I imagine I just find somewhere out of the way to have the conversation.
So Arena told me that they got a message from Marduk. He may be showing up, and it could be in dog form at some point. Also, that Skiff is back, which I think was to be expected anyway.
I didn't know Skith was going anywhere in particular.
Yeah, he went to study the dagger with Arathane, and he's back now.
Okay, that's good. I'd be worried if he wasn't.
Yeah, it's not like anything interesting happened. He just went to go study a dagger and came back.
We hear anything else from the dragon?
No, I was just told to tell you that he might show up at some point, and it could be in dog form. It was very vague and non-specific, so I talked to Arena.
Right, I see. Well, that's presumably good news. He was seems like a good person to know, and not the kind of person you wouldn't want showing up.
Do you want me to check with Arena and see if there are any more details?
Might be worth learning more about
Okay.
this letter. But
Arena!
also tell them that if I spend a minute more in this city, I am going to go insane, so I think I might come home soon.
Perrin says if he spends a minute more in the city, he's gonna go insane, so he might come home soon. Also, Perrin says he needs more details about the dragon dog. And he's glad that Skiff is back.
All right. Well, I'll just tell you what the letter says, and then you can share the letter with him. So she
Okay,
just like reads the letter again to him,
you
relays
get the letter relayed to you, Perrin.
and then she's like, also if he doesn't like it there, he should come back faster.
You should
Especially
come
if
back
he's going
faster.
to die.
He does not want you to die.
Well, I think the lightning rail will do.
The lightning rail will do.
But that's good news that apparently we have some friends in Invaline. There's good research to be done there, I'm told.
It's good news that we have friends in Invaline. There's research to be done. He really likes his research.
Yes, we have a lot of research to do.
That's true. Okay, anything else anyone wants to send to someone else? Because I've got to stop writing my book at some point.
All right,
As
well,
we have
hurry
this
home,
three-way
Pietro.
cut, like the screen is one section is Pietro with a book, this tiny little pangolin with a book, and then Arena with Skith in the background, and then Perrin with a load of people going in the background.
Well, hurry hurry back so we can have dinner whenever you're done, Pietro.
Okay, well, I'm doing a few things at the moment. I might not be back for a little while.
All right. But you can warm it up later then.
I might be a little while longer.
Then you warm it up a little longer later.
Oh, okay.
So, anyone to do anything before going to bed?
No, I did all my stuff for this week.
Yep.
I don't think so. I'll just take the lightning rail back at the next convenient time.
You want to take it back tonight?
Sure. And I'll do the whole thunder summoning shenanigans.
I thought you needed to do like one more thing so that we could get access to the.
I think it's more than one because
You need 8.
yeah, like we bungled it as much as we succeeded, so it's gonna be yeah, we
Probably
need 8
3
more
attempts.
endorsement in the Lumerian Empire to get access to the library, and there's no way I can earn that in a week, and I got other things to do back home.
You can always send your tabaxi friend.
Maybe we send Skith.
I mean,
Skip.
so far Sabana's only made it worse. Not that I've been much help either since the tournament.
So, Karen, you get the train back. Irina, do you go to see your parents this weekend?
Yeah, if I can.
In which case, a night later, where Irina is gone to see her parents, and Skith is in, Skith place. Skith, you will need to pay 2 days worth of upkeep in whatever style you would like for the weekend. What would you like? Modest, in which case you can basically take over Irina's bed and you don't need to pay for it.
Okay.
Because, they have to book by weeks and she has the bed free. It's a little bit small, but it is sufficient. So,
My bed now.
a night later, when Irina is
My
off,
room's a mess, by the way, and it smells a
is.
lot like
It's full of grenade pieces. It's great.
beer and beer.
it's late at night, Skith. You are sound asleep. When you get woken up by a faint pain in your ear. Actually, gotta go back one more night. Irina leaves early in the morning. Skith. Let me just check something on your sheet real quick. Oh, yes, there are
Sure.
things. There are many things to be done, actually. So, the night that Irina heads off to go to her parents, etc., and you settle down after being introduced to her room. Let me check something real quick. Yes, perfect. You feel something within you, this well of power. And as you try and sleep, you don't feel that rested. And in the morning, when you awake, there's still something missing. And it takes you a second to put your finger on it. Karen, you get there having got an overnight train. Skith, do me a favor, use the long rest on your character, and then I will adjust something.
Okay. Long rest. Oh, I know I saw this button before. Oh, here. There's so many new things on my sheet. Long rest, long rest.
It's in the macro bar at the bottom. Just gotta make sure you've got this token selected.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I was looking at my character sheet. Resting. Long. Submit. Oh, my token. Is my token back? Yeah. Resting. Boom. Long rest.
Ignore what it says about your level 2 spell slot.
Okay.
While you find your rod has recharged, your cloak has recharged, as you search yourself to find where that something is off, you note that the spell slot you spent yesterday to cast invisibility while you're in the abyss has not come back. In addition, you are now missing a level 1 spell slot as well.
What did you do?
Survived. Glad I didn't throw any fireballs.
Dude, your soul is just going through a lot of shit right now.
Aaron, at this point, you make it back. Having dumped your stuff in your room, you haven't yet seen Arena or Skiff, but the door's right next to yours.
I'll probably check in then.
Okay. Skiff, as you're kind of pondering this, there is a knock at your door.
Come in.
I'll open the door. It's me. Made
Ah.
it back.
Yes, how was it?
It was. That place is not my cup of tea. And honestly, apart from making a bit of a name for myself in that tournament, I think I made no progress otherwise. Every time I tried talking to nobles, pushing our cause, it just didn't work. I don't know. It might be your wheelhouse more so. You've at least got the noble background to draw from, even if it's a different part of the world.
Correction. You did cast Banishment. You don't have a 4th level slot either.
That was in the room with the dagger, though, right?
Sorry, continue.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't fare much better in my visit to the satrapy. I tried to sneak into the library, and unfortunately, I was caught and had to give up one of my contacts, but I made it out alive.
Well, at least you made it out.
I still have 1 or 2 people that we can trust over there, but it did seem like quite a waste of time.
The university is our best bet if we want to understand something like the talismans, but maybe too dangerous. We'll be too busy watching our backs to be able to actually make any research progress. But if we can get somewhere in Sunthrone, by we I hopefully mean not me anymore, if I can help it, then they have a lot of information we can draw from. Not about things like the amulet, but things about the Cataclysm, the Dawn War.
Hmm.
And apparently we've now got friends in Inverlean, which is a pleasant surprise.
That is nice. I also have some other disturbing news. I slept last night, but I don't seem to have recovered my spells properly. I'm still missing several levels of spells. It seems the ones I cast the other day didn't return to me while I rested. I'm not sure what the problem is. Maybe Rindri could have a look and see if he knows what's going on.
Perhaps some kind of side effect of the soul alteration?
I hope not. If I continue to burn spells and they don't return, then I will be useless as an adventurer. I will have merely my cantrips and, well, a light crossbow I've hardly ever used, and I'm not sure if I could even hit anything with it.
I think it's probably best to visit Rendry. And
I don't
after
know
that,
what else I could do.
after that, we can see if tonight you do recover them. What were you casting?
Well, I used invisibility and I used banishment, and I believe that was all, but I seem to be missing a level 1 spell as well, which is odd because I didn't use any spells at level 1.
Why were you banishing?
Well, you see, Erathane put the dagger in a separate plane, and I was studying the dagger, but then it began to talk to me. Even though I hadn't attuned to it, don't worry.
Oh,
There
you
were
cast
several
Banishment
magical
twice.
circles.
Missing both of those.
Twice?
Yeah, you cast it once and it failed. You cast it
Oh,
again and
it
it
was a
succeeded.
failed one.
Oh, I
Mhm.
did cast it twice. And he said he would come back to check on me, but the dagger was... I didn't like what it was saying to me, so I decided to leave more quickly. So I banished myself to return quickly to the material plane. And that is how I used that slot. The first one failed.
That's pretty much the best answer to the question of why did you use Banish in the middle of Vahira Ras while I wasn't present.
I thought I was being rather clever.
Not a bad idea. It got you out of there quickly as soon as he was trying to... I mean, it seems like the dagger might be from the same sort of realm as the ring in how it operates, so getting out of there quickly, probably a good idea.
I think next time, either I should have Erathane present or at least another person if we're going to continue to study it.
That makes
Having one
sense.
person in there might be dangerous without another to stop someone from grabbing it, or I don't know. There's some demon or some hellspawn inside of it. Ragazuli, Rigatoni, the name eludes me. It sounded like pasta. He said that they didn't have pasta back when he was around, though, so my humor failed on the demon. But regardless, I digress. There's a demon inside of it, from what I can gather.
Well, it sounds like
Ragazul?
it sounds like a good idea to have some sort of extra protection, considering that he's probably going to try and mess with your mind. So someone else in there, or an extra... Have some more reliable way of getting out. Banishment, I don't think it works, but it's probably not the best way of getting home quick.
No, it is not.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna catch up on my everything I've missed while I've been away, and try and get the image of stolen gold out of my brain. I assume it was stolen. No one can have that much gold.
Also, you should probably tell Arena she shouldn't be drinking while preparing grenades.
Okay, yep, that's
You
that's
know
a
her
good...
better than I do.
I mean, you're in her room right now, so as you look around, you can kind of see bits and pieces of grenades and also beer and like spirits and bottles that are half empty. Cocktail making stuff.
Have there been any incidents?
Not yet, although I do have a wonderful idea. What about a grenade you could throw at someone that intoxicates them?
It's
We could call them
Somewhat-
party poppers.
somewhat specific in its application, and there's definitely some questions of consent involved.
Just an idea. It's just an idea. You merge Arena's two favorite things, drinking and explosives.
I don't think we want to merge those any more than they've been merged.
And then we put some raven feathers on them, and it's a perfect arena item.
You put it on the blackboard.
Maybe I should be an artificer.
I don't think that's how that works. But then at some point somebody said that and they made it happen.
Right. All right. Well, go get your rest. I'll be here if you need me.
All right, we should go. We should visit Rendry today, just to be sure, and then we can see how much a rest does for you. Whether it fixes things, could just be temporary.
Yes.
Could just be bad luck. We'll have to see.
I would like to throw one of the drinking grenades at Rendry. I think that would be funny.
No.
Okay, fine.
This. I thought we'd got through this with the prestidigitation. We'll work on it.
Cut to 10 minutes. Okay, Skiff's got to get ready to go out. Perrin's got to get out of traveling attire. Cut to like 30 minutes later. There is no door in that like wall anymore, and it just says in chalk, "Back soon. W." The door is not there.
He's going to pick up a dragon.
Well, I suppose we can check in later.
I'm screwed, Perrin. I'm going to be using Mage Hand to slap our enemies to death.
This might not be a permanent thing. Another long rest might be all you need to
I'm going to try not to panic, but I don't like not having access to my spells, Perrin.
So far you've lost stuff I don't even have. You'll be fine. We'll work it out.
You wish to just get towards the next week so you can do downtime stuff?
I think, well, first of all, we'll see what happens after one long rest.
Skiff, don't change your sheet. The stuff that you have that recharges on a long rest, I will manually edit. Your cloak is now full. However, you are down another level 1 spell slot. You wake up, that void where there used to be power, a little less.
That's some kind of brain slug or something living in me, like.
Fave and roll me a d20. And you have a level of exhaustion.
Let's go. Can I detect magic on myself?
Do you wish to?
Yeah.
Okay. As you flick on Detect Magic and look down, you can see black spots where there is normally just kind of ambient magic that everything has, living things, even stone and wood, and everything around has some level of magic, just it is innate to the world. There are black patches on you where there is just a void. Like, Detect Magic is either not able to pick up what this is, or there is literally nothing there that is magical at all. It is banter black, it is the blackest black that could be. It is just not registering.
I'm gonna go find Perrin now. Perrin, wake up!
It's Perrin, he's probably already up compared to Skith. The Perrin comes to his door like, How are you feeling?
Exhausted.
Oh.
Something's wrong with me, Perrin.
Aaron, you
And-
notice that there is a rat on Skiff's shoulder that has been trying to get his attention for the entire time you've been staring at him. It looks like the rat is quite tired.
Skith, I don't want you to jump, but there is a rat on your shoulder. It's just
What?
there.
Ah,
Squeak, squeak!
I don't speak rat.
Squeak, squeak, squeak!
Where's Arena? She speaks
Squeak,
rat.
squeak!
Arena will not be back until later tonight. She's gone to visit her parents.
Like, unless he speaks giant elk, I don't think I can help either.
Squeak, squeak!
Have I lost my Erithus' devotee now, or is that still clinging on?
At last level, it's still just about there.
Okay, so does comprehend languages work for rat?
If they have a language that is developed enough to be a language, then yes. Otherwise, no. You can give it a try.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to comprehend languages this rat. Which I could do once, because that's my int modifier.
Squeak! Squeak, squeak!
We did give a lot of cheese to the rats, and I still have most of a wheel back in my room. I've been
Squeak, squeak!
nibbling on.
Is this about that whole business with the sewers and the earthquake?
I don't know, but I looked down at myself with detect magic, and where normally there is beautiful magic woven into my very being, there are these dark, ominous spots, some sort of abyssal hole-looking. Perrin, I went to the abyss.
What?
Not on purpose. Remember when I was talking about banishing myself? Well, I thought I was being rather clever, but it popped me up near that tower we flew past. And then the only way out was to go into the abyss and seek a passage with a ferryman. Anyway, I narrowly avoided death multiple times.
The lighthouse? In the Grey Straits?
Yes, I didn't go inside. I didn't realize that it would pop me out randomly in the material plane. I thought it would pop me out inside of Aerothane's shop. But I had never tried it before. I just knew it would return me. I will kill this rat if it doesn't shut up. Sorry, rat. I'm a little on edge.
And then
Rat just scrabbles down your shoulder and then starts to leave.
you use the
No, little friend.
We've got two
You catch
different
it.
things going on here. Rat, don't leave. Do you still have some cheese for this thing?
In my room.
I'm gonna fish for some ration scraps that I can
If you have a ration, you may attempt an animal handling roll with advantage to keep the rat
Okay.
entertained.
I'm pulling out rations and I'm just you hold 1 second, Skith.
Yeah, a lot happened this weekend.
Okay, animal handling.
This is downtime
I got a 5.
with advantage because of the
Okay.
ration.
Good. A 7.
No, the ration's a bit sweaty, and as you go back in to find something better, the rat's already left.
Sweaty
Whatever, probably wasn't.
rations. Ew.
Okay. Right. So you went to Ursulane, and you took the ferryman out.
Yes, I had to walk through the storm into the abyss to go to another plane to find a body of flowing water because my teleportation cube failed. I tried that first, and then I tried to salvage some parts from a strange looking vehicle. There was a demon and creature inside. He tried to coerce me into helping him. I was invisible. I walked away. He yelled at all of his demon friends to chase me. I hastened my way towards the river, where several angry black tentacles began lashing out towards me, which I very cleverly dodged. Very agile. You know how I am. And then I'd bargained with the ferryman moments before the demons clambered to the edge of the river, and I wished them well as we left. And it also cost me 200 gold. I don't know if this has something to do with my current predicament, but I am exhausted and I'm losing spell slots at a rapid pace. At this point, Perrin, I'm going to be nothing but a farmer. No offense.
If you'd mentioned this yesterday...
It didn't seem pressing. I didn't want to worry you, Perrin. You get this look on your face when I tell you things sometimes. The look you have right now. And I worry you're going to get some sort of heart attack or blood pressure increase.
We should go and see if Rendry is back. And if he is, we can take a look at your soul and see what we can do about that. But only because he can do that, because I don't think this is due to the work with Rendry. And if that doesn't work, we can see a priest.
I don't know if it was the dagger and being around it, or if the demons put some, I don't know, curse? Maybe just being in the abyss has tainted me? This is out of my wheelhouse.
There's several options. We'll start with Rendry in case he's back, and if he isn't, we'll go to the Church of the Raven Queen.
10-minute jump. You're in front of the wall. It still says back soon.
I really wish he specified what soon means. Okay, to the church.
10-minute time jump. You're at the church. You are greeted by a somewhat young cleric.
Hello, how may I help you? Oh, you are members of Dragon Punch. And Perrin, I have seen you around helping with things. We are very grateful to have you back. How may I help today?
My friend here could do with someone taking a look at his
Oh,
soul?
Is it a matter, private matter? Private matter. Oh, okay. We get a lot of those.
I wouldn't come to the church for that.
You really shouldn't come to the Church of the Raven Queen, especially for that.
Something is affecting his ability to cast magic, and we'd like to see if there's anyone here who might understand something of that. This is the first place the second place I could think of to come to. You seem to have some understanding of what was going on with my arm last time I was here, and it was very helpful.
You are a paladin. Do you not have abilities yourselves? What did they reveal?
I mean, I could try throwing the kitchen sink at it.
I would not recommend that. Bludgeoning is a bad... Oh, right. It's a metaphor. Right. Feel free. We can, of course, pitch in. We do require a small payment, unless you wish to leverage the goodwill of the church, in which case, of course, we will be happy to help out.
We can work something out. I'll try my limited capabilities, just in case. I'm gonna divine sense him first.
Okay. Print that up.
Does that tell what my religious affiliation, God affiliation is? I hope that does. Oh.
It's about detecting strong evil or
Oh, right.
Good.
Perfect.
Or consecration or desecration.
I mean, he certainly gives off the same odor that's noxious and cloying as something that had been desecrated.
Right,
it's
cool, yep, good.
Faint, but it is there. But he is still, as far as you can tell, not celestial fiend or undead.
Okay, we'll start nice and simple. I'm gonna do a protection from evil and good and see what that does.
Okay, pop that on him. Let's look.
So they're protected against certain types of creatures. It's mostly just like creatures can't do things to you, but if there's an effect that he can use a saving throw against, he gets advantage on it.
It does cost you the equivalent of 1 gold piece worth of stuff.
It
That
does.
can be, yeah. So just remove a gold piece from your sheet, and we'll just say that's
Right.
the equivalent in the silver. Okay. You feel the spell take hold. Do me a favor, roll me a d20.
Me or Perrin?
Aaron.
A 10.
The spell ends after about 8 minutes.
Something interrupted the protection I granted you.
It felt as if the spell faded.
You should have been protected from the effects of evil and good creatures for 10 minutes. It hasn't been 10.
Irina, you walk into the church to just pay your respects before going back and joining up with the group. It being the day before you're due to start the next week's worth of stuff. And you spot that Perrin and Skith are over in the corner having a discussion, and Perrin is looking very bemused. And there's a priest off to the side going...
Arena kind of like runs up and is like,
Oh, did you decide that you're going to do some prayers?
she says it's looking at Skith.
Unfortunately, there's a more pressing issue.
What happened now?
I'm dying.
Perrin thinks for a moment, is like, did you know about Skid's little jaunt recently?
When Skith says he's dying, is he missing HP or something? Okay.
He's perfectly healthy going to the ring.
Then she just thinks he's being overdramatic or something.
Maybe. Why? He told me not to tell you, and I figured we could tell you in person instead of writing it on a piece of paper.
Well, he told me, because as it turns out, there are some lingering side effects. It's draining his magic.
Tell me about any side effects.
We aren't sure that's exactly the cause, but it is likely.
A number of things happened in rapid succession, any one of which could be the reason why this is happening.
It could be the dagger. It could be his jaunt. It could be.
The dagger was protected by several magical wards, and I didn't touch it or attune to it. I simply studied it and conversed with it, so...
The conversing with
look.
it is a concern, as you're not supposed to be able to do that unless you are attuned.
Well,
His
it
cloak is all
conversed with
starry
me
now.
first.
His cloak is all.
And your cloak is all starry now.
Well, that's just normal. Recharges.
It wasn't recharged before.
I had used it.
It's been charged for a while now, right?
When he came back, it was at 2 charges. It went up to 6 charges, and then last night it went to its final 7th charge.
So yeah, he'd used it while he was away. That's charging normally, which is nice. That's cool.
The teleportation cube is recharged. The Rod of Storms is recharged.
I did detect magic on myself, and where normally it looks fine, there are these small dark areas that they look like some sort of abyss or void, almost. And I'm exhausted. My sleep has been terrible, and I'm losing spell slots.
I would best
Can I-
describe his current condition as desecrated, which is not usually a thing that a person is. He's been
that is very
affected
weird.
by some part of his ordeal.
He's got a faint odor of desecration about him, but he did just come back from the abyss.
And maybe that's just
Um,
because you hung around in the abyss for a while. Maybe that does that. I don't have much experience in these matters.
I went through there as quickly as I could with invisibility, and I didn't even stop to get arena trinkets and bobs, even though I tried.
Can I do like a Arcana medicine check or something on him?
Feel free to make me a medicine roll.
All right. 16, and if I can, I'll give myself a +5 to that.
21. You've heard of something faintly like this. One of the big events leading up to the Cataclysm was the Spell Plague, which was a magical disease that drained magic out of whatever it affected, particularly debilitating on some magical creatures, but also powerful magical beings. A lot of elves who were intrinsically attached to the natural flow of magic became what is roughly called half-elves these days, because they are half the elf they used to be. Although was originally a pejorative term, it has become the normal nomenclature for elves who have been affected in this way. Now, in theory, there was a cure made and found, which was distributed, and everyone became immune, called the Panacea. But this sounds very much kind of like that. He's been drained of magic, and there are magic holes in him.
What was the cure?
I don't know. It was
Oh,
long time ago.
okay.
But it was called the Panacea.
So Arena has you kind of like sit down on a pew or something so she can check you over.
You're also aware that paladins are immune, because you did meet a paladin, an orc, who said that he was immune to the spell plague. And that the spell plague now lingered in everyone as a dormant disease, and that the Panacea had made everyone immune, but orcs were still vulnerable to it, and that's why he was a paladin and able to walk around normally. That's why you don't see orcs very often.
She has her little like all-purpose tool, and she's like checking your ears and looking you over, and then she's like,
Well, I've heard of something like this before. There was once a spell plague, you remember? But I don't know the cure for it.
Perrin takes a number of steps back before thinking about it more and taking a couple steps forward again, because paladin and also literally a half elf. That's I've already been spell plagued technically. In
Yeah,
some
but then
sense.
you've had magical class stuff layered on top, so
Yeah,
who knows?
there's several layers of I'll probably be fine.
do I think like this is something that could spread from him?
You don't know. In theory, everyone except for orcs should be immune, including Skith. So if it is,
Yeah, I guess Arena will say that out loud questioningly. She'll be like,
Well, I thought everyone was supposed to be immune to it, but here you are. I mean, it is dormant in us all, but maybe when you went to the abyss, you lost
I
that
don't care
immunity?
how it happened, just fix me.
Well,
Well, I don't know how to fix you.
I could try
We'll
this.
have to look.
Perrin's gonna walk up and try 5 points of lay on hands, cure any disease, spell plague.
okay,
oh,
reduce it from your sheet by 5. In fact, if you do the option to use it and put 5 points in and then cure disease, it should print it as well.
Okay.
And it should also reduce your lay on hands by 5 as well, because we've set it up.
Bloop.
and then you get
Boom!
diseased.
You can spend 5 hit points from the pool of healing to cure a disease or neutralize 1 poison affecting it. As you go up and cast Lay on Hands and you feel that rush of energy pour out of you, it does seem to push against something. And then there's kind of a flare of little bits of energy coming off. This kind of weird light off of Skith where you placed your hand. and then that energy seems to be pushed out. But it did seem that it pushed in and then flared out, almost like the energy was not quite strong enough.
Does it look like if I did lay on hands again, but just did it 5 times over, it would work? Just if I overwhelmed it?
I gave you as much description for answering that as I am willing to give right now, considering your
It's like
wisdom and your skill.
Kamehameha.
So Burn takes his hand away and he's like, it almost worked? I could try it again. I'll try it again. Baron
Okay,
puts
how many
his
points
hand,
are you going to use?
puts his hand out again, and this time he's gonna do it 4 times in a single go. So it'll
You can
cost-
use 20 points of lay on hands.
Yeah. And then he's got 5 spare in case there's something else he needs to do, and then lay on hands.
Okay.
Just in case.
So
I don't
you
know.
dump 20 points worth in an
Yeah.
effort to overwhelm this. And you see the energy flare through Skith, pushing through his chest before being slowly pushed back, and then the energy almost having seemingly entered and pushed through, being ejected again. But it did almost make it.
Did it seem like it did more this time?
Yes. The energy seemed to flow in, and then instead of just kind of a little bit out from your hand being pushed back, it became visible when it was pretty much encompassing like 80%, 85% of him. It then
Maybe if I just
flared
hit him
up and
with
was pushed
5,
back.
it would have worked, damn it. Okay, so the bad news is it didn't work. The good news is it worked more than the first time. If we can...
Maybe we are going to need a greater restoration potion anyway.
If we can wait till tomorrow, I could try hitting him with all the lay on hands I have at once, and that might be enough.
We could round up all the priests and clerics and have everyone do it at once.
Yes. If I'm still needed, I've been waiting. You say it's a magical disease of some kind.
Seems like it. I haven't tried lesser
It's a-
restoration yet.
Well, we can cast that. If you have it prepared, you could give it a go.
I've got it ready. I'm gonna give that a go.
Okay. You place your hand on Skith and you attempt to purge the disease within him.
So this might not work because I'm using magic to try and cure the spell plague, whereas before it was sort of like
The spell
different. Lay on hands isn't quite a
flows
spell.
in, the energy playing over Skith. It happened. The spell happened. I can tell you.
Do you feel better?
You're still exhausted. You still have missing spell slots.
Divine sense.
You're still slightly desecrated.
It didn't work. Lay on hands seemed to be more effective than lesser restoration, even. That might be the
Well,
key.
I can go research and see if there. I mean, there was a cure before, so
True, it's. I don't imagine. At worst, the knowledge might have been lost over time. I don't think people would have been trying to hide how you cure the spell plague.
Probably got it from standing so close to that damn demon.
I am very concerned about what I'm hearing. But we could attempt a greater restoration. That is expensive.
How much
that
would
is
it
what I was
cost?
thinking we might need.
Well, your favor with the house would allow us to offer you a steep discount. If you spend one favor with the Church of the Raven Queen, you can have half price on any one casting. Greater restoration would cost.
Me and Arena both have
Um,
2 favor with the church, so we can spend one
Yeah,
of
we
those.
each do.
Trying to find it. Yeah.
We could also
Okay, where
wait
the hell did I put that?
24 hours and then Perrin could just be like, maximum lay on hands.
Lay your hands on me.
Lay your hands on me. There we go. Then greater restoration. Greater restoration. Diamond dust worth 100 GP and a level 5 spell slot. So that would cost 1,350 GP normally. For half price, it would cost 675 GP.
Maybe we'll try the lay on
Gift
hands
is very
first.
expensive.
Okay.
He's already spent so much money. And
He's bleeding us.
Very well, you should try your other things first. But if you need any help from us, we're always here. Oh, Arena, thank you so much for your help the other day. Getting those books in order was so difficult. I
Oh,
don't
I
read
love
no
books, so
mission.
that's all right.
Yes.
Speaking of books, do you think I could maybe check some of those out?
We're not a library. You don't have to check books out. You can read any of them while you're here, though.
That is what I meant, sorry.
Oh yes, of course.
Arena will go look to see if she can find anything that talks about the spell plague.
That would involve research of the downtime action. You won't find anything in, a few hours, so you'd have to do it
Yeah,
during the
yeah.
next week. Okay. So, do you wish to do anything else today, or go to sleep and then begin your next week's worth of stuff?
I want to go to sleep and then as soon as I'm up, do the lay on hands thing and see if it works.
And if it doesn't, I will do some research.
When you go back to your rooms, Arena,
Oh,
let me just roll something.
Uh-oh. Actually, no, this probably isn't a bad thing.
That extra wheel of cheese that got mentioned about being in your room is no longer there, and there is a very fat rat sleeping in the middle of the remains. Whoever owns that wheel of cheese, you can remove it from your character sheet. This has definitely been gone.
that would be Skith.
Okay, Skith, you're down a wheel of cheese, but there is a rat sleeping there.
And Arena's like,
Maurice? Or is it Beatrice?
she looks at them. Which one does it look like?
Probably Maurice.
Maurice.
Eating like that isn't healthy.
You're definitely a Maurice. Yeah, you probably should not have eaten that much. Well, if he's back here, then maybe they found something in the sewer.
I hope not. I'm not ready for any combat.
Either that or they just wanted more cheese.
They are rats.
And Arena will begin playing her kalimba to
Okay.
speak with animals.
And when we get back from a break, we'll find out what Maurice has to say, and if Lay on Hands works, and if Skith is going to die. But that'll be in about 8 minutes, so enjoy some fan art. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back. So, Arena, as you start playing the kalimba,
Squeak. Squeak.
I'm gonna tickle his little feet.
Oh, it's the cheese mother. Welcome back, cheese mother. I waited for you. I could only find the big scary iguana and the strange other thing.
Oh, that is Skeeth and Perrin.
Right.
So Maurice.
Echo and Haybale.
Okay. So Maurice, what happened? Why are you back? Besides, you ate all the cheese. Also,
We
you know you
went
should ask.
on
You
an
can't just
epic
eat people's
quest.
cheese.
Well, it was either that or just go. Did you want me to go? I can go if you want.
No, tell me what. You already ate the cheese. Now the payment is you tell me what you saw.
The cheese was waiting. I waited an entire day, which is like months in my lifetime. But we went on an epic quest. It was a long and dangerous voyage. Yes. We went down into the sewers and we found tunnels and more tunnels and even more tunnels. And then we found that tunnel.
Okay.
See? I thought you'd want to know.
What does the tunnel mean?
It was the tunnel. All the others was a tunnel. They were tunnels. A tunnel. This was the tunnel.
Okay. Was there something in the tunnel?
Nothing. So much nothing. So much space. There was nothing in there.
Okay. You saw nothing at all.
So much nothing. Now, often there's only a tiny bit of nothing. There's, quite a bit of nothing in a tunnel. But in that tunnel, there was so much nothing.
So it was just a big tunnel.
Big. Now, normal tunnels are big. This was bigger.
Could a tree fit inside of the tunnel?
Yes. Many yes. Bigger.
Right. Bigger than a tree?
Bigger.
Arena will tell everybody else what the mouse is saying.
Quick.
After a moment, Perrin's gonna go. Did they explore down to the Underdark?
Quick.
I don't know.
I mean, the Underdark's a big open space underneath. I mean, unless they found just a giant chamber under Vihiras.
Quick.
Well, either way, there's a big space down there. But they said there's nothing there. Hold on.
She goes back to
Ask
talking to
them
the
if it's made of bricks or dirt.
So, I have a couple more questions for you,
Oh, of
Maurice. So you didn't see any other creatures in there?
A few. There were some other rats. There were some bugs, some cockroaches. One of the sewers looks like it had been broken, and like the end was just spewing water in. And so there was like a few things that kind of fallen out of the water. Some frogs, I think. Some sort of really slimy toad thing. A lot was really big.
All right. What was the tunnel made out of? Like dirt or some other kind of material?
Yes.
Dirt or what?
Yes. Yes.
Brick?
Both. Yes,
Brick?
that was well.
Stone? Wood?
It was made of all of those.
All of them.
Yeah. The tunnel had bits of side that were dirt, and some bits that were stone, and some bits that were brick. Like the bit around the end of the sewer that was pouring in, that was made of the stone. A lot of it, some bits were made of dirt. There's some bits of stone as well. The sides were all different types.
She'll relay this all to you. To both of you.
Either
What do you think it could be?
Either the original builders of this city cut some corners and the sewers go straight into the Underdark, or the Underdark's been brought to the sewers.
It was very...
Or-
What's it called when it's...
Circular?
That's it. It was really circular, not like... bumpy.
Smooth?
Now, it was smooth. It wasn't... not smooth.
Okay, maybe not quite the Underdark, but it sounds like a tunnel that's been bored.
Well, we do know a creature that can tunnel, right?
I think it's here.
Or it could be the traveling tower underground.
I don't think that's how the traveling tower works, but it's not impossible.
I'm not going anywhere until I figure out what's going on with me.
Well, you may not have to go anywhere. The problem may come to us.
And... also... the world down there is bumpy.
Bumpy.
Yeah.
Does it have a pattern that repeats, or is it bumpy like very different bumpy everywhere?
No, it's like being inside something that's bumpy. Like I'm getting banged around a lot.
You went inside?
No, just being down in the deep tunnels, in the really deep tunnels. In some of them, it's like being like, brrr, like when you shiver lots.
It was shaking? The tunnel was?
Slightly, like a really small shake, but really frequent. Begins with a weird letter, like an upside down arrow.
Like a drill?
No, the word. I don't know what a drill is.
Upside down arrow.
It was a really good mouse cough.
I'm sorry, but that voice is really difficult to keep up.
Like a vibration?
That's the word! A vibration! I was vibing all over the place in some of the tunnels, and in other tunnels, I wasn't vibing anywhere near as much. And near the surface, wasn't vibing at all.
So something's underneath there, vibrating. Probably what caused the earthquake.
Int 2 rat. Just that's why. But also
Oh,
the
for
rat
sure.
rolled really well on its investigation roll. Like really
funny.
well.
Found the right two rats.
We should go and tell the authorities
Definitely.
so that they can send a scouting party or make preparations to deal with whatever threat that is. We wouldn't want the ground opening up and swallowing the city suddenly.
Marina
Or
nods.
parts of it, for that matter.
If
Well,
it's
and we
spending,
know what happened last time. Those creatures came out of it.
if it's spending time under the city, and it's tunneling the entire time, then it's preparing for something. Perhaps to open up multiple tunnels in quick succession.
Maybe it's looking for cheese.
He said he thinks maybe it's looking for cheese, but I don't think that's the
I-
case.
I don't think it's looking for cheese. It could, though, be gathering resources. That is what it does. Technically, its function, but to be under a city doing it is suspicious. And if it's the one we think it is, if it's the Clockwork Tyrant, it's got other motives, it would seem.
Arena will tell the rat.
I don't think it's looking for cheese, but maybe it's looking for something else. Do you know what else is under the ground there?
Was the tunnel always there? Or
Oh
This
no,
is the
it's
first
definitely
time.
new, because I remember going through those tunnels when I was a wee rat. It definitely wasn't there. It's like the tunnels that I remember being there are no longer there, and there's just a gap, and that gap is part of the big tunnel.
So, what used to be in that area? I don't think you smelled cheese before, but maybe you smelled something else.
It was a really deep part of the tunnels. Wasn't really much down there. But the tunnel's really long, so it goes through a lot of stuff. And then it kind of, I only followed it for a bit, but it's not going in a straight line. It seemed to like turn, and then turn again. It was a very strange kind of doubling back and so on, like it was looking for cheese. It's the same thing I do when I'm looking for cheese, and I'm following my nose and then follow my nose over here. That's why I think it's looking for cheese.
It's probably looking for something, but not cheese.
I don't know what's underground that it could be looking for, though, because you don't find much cheese underground. You do sometimes find food if people throw it out, and it goes down the
It's not
sewers.
what is underground that it's looking for, but what is above the ground that it is looking for.
It didn't seem to go that high up. I had to go really far down. So, maybe, but it didn't go anywhere near the cheese region. It was mostly in the brown and black kind of detritusy region. But you do sometimes get some rotten meats down there. So if it's really hard winter, you can get some choice meats if you need it. But it's not really good on the digestive tract.
What is the dark brown area? What is that?
Poop.
Oh,
do I
It's
know
only
where like
poop.
do I know where like the sewage leads to that is the poop area?
I mean, it's all poop area, but I think what the rat is describing is that is only poop and nothing else.
Hmm. Okay. I mean, Arena will relay what the rat said to you guys.
Well, this is all fascinating, but we have other things that are more important.
We have other things that are more pressing. In the long term, this is very important.
well, I could go tell somebody. I was gonna go to bed, but
We can do it tomorrow. First thing, I'll try and cure Skith. If that doesn't work, whether or not that works, we'll head to the church. Try and warm Miranda dark about
shouldn't I tell
this
them now?
development.
Well, he said that you came by. He came by and tried to talk to you before. How many days ago was that?
It was this morning.
Oh. But then this thing has been down there for at least a day, if not more.
It's been longer than that. It's been
Like a
what?
week.
When was the last
Never-
time we talked to this rat? A week ago? 2 weeks?
And when the earthquake thingy happened,
That was a week ago,
Yeah.
yes.
I will go tell them and then I will go to bed.
I'll come with. If we're doing it, we're doing it.
I'm going to bed.
That's reasonable.
I'm exhausted.
Arena will make her way back to the church. Preferably to find Miranda Dark, but if she's not there, she'll talk to whoever is available.
Miranda Dark is not there, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I was just going to finish up for the night. But of course, do you need your problems seen to?
This is a different thing. We need to...
Oh?
Well, really we need to talk to Miranda Dark, but someone else high-ranking would work as well. It's an urgent matter they should be informed of.
We're still
Finding
sorting
the
out
safety
that.
of the city.
What do you want me to pass on? Is it if it's urgent?
I'm not sure whether the message will be understood.
Something might be under the ground and it might do bad things.
Something might be under the ground, and it might do bad things. The priest looks at you like, what's
Here's
the
a way
rest?
to put it that should be pretty easy to understand. Without
Yes.
without knowing exactly what their knowledge level is. There's a steel behemoth somewhere in the vicinity of the city.
Oh no, this could be a problem.
Yes.
How do you know this?
It's the variety that tunnels. I'm not sure if there are any other varieties.
They
It's
all
the only one
tunnel.
I'm familiar with, but it's tunneling, and we believe it is tunneling beneath the city.
How do you know this? How did you find this out?
There's a new
They're normally
tunnel.
warded against divination magic.
Well, the rumblings that were felt last week. We looked into them, and we believe that there are new tunnels underground the size of a steel behemoth.
Make a persuasion roll.
I mean, we did look into it. We sent a scout. Multiple scouts,
It
actually.
was a 2 for 10.
10!
Arena,
Don't you get, like, bonuses to your persuasion?
Yeah, he got an 8 bonus. It was a 2.
Advantage?
help.
Oh my god. You don't get advantage? I can give you a +5, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. But
15's
sure.
better than 10.
Oh yeah, 15's better than 10, but...
We're not doing anything else today.
Arena, do you... Is this...
We sent scouts.
You didn't do this personally. You sent scouts.
Well, yes, because I was helping the church and doing a bunch of other things, so yes.
Okay, and
knew
these scouts are
something had to be
reliable, and they saw a steel behemoth under the city.
They saw the
They didn't
tunnels,
see it,
but
it
they
was...
stated that there were freshly created tunnels in a location where previously there had not been of a significant size. If it's not a steel behemoth, it's something else that can bore tunnels of considerable
It's
size
big.
underneath the city
Multiple
without detection.
trees.
That's an odd metric. Multiple tree-sized tunnels. Okay, with a 15 then.
I mean, I'm RPing a 15. It's
I
not the
guess
great-
I'll pass it along, and we can maybe warn the lords of the city, the council, and they can maybe get together some forces. You do know that neither of you are really from the Heraras, and well, the nobles, the people on the committees. There is only a very small standing army. Most of it is mercenaries and small bands of adventurers that are hired on an as-needed basis, and they are very loath to pay them because they do charge a high rate because they don't have a standing army. They need to get them in on a time-to-time basis, and that takes time and money. So they're probably going to be loath to actually do anything about this. We can maybe get a few more people here in case, but we are very stretched thin. I think you know this, so
I mean,
I
we
would be
didn't
very
decide this
concerned
thing
if
would
this
come
is-
here.
I hope you are not telling the truth. I hope that this is misplaced, but I will
That's
pass on
why-
the message.
I wanted to make
We're-
sure we sent the message tonight, because if the earthquake that we felt a week ago was the start of this, or some part of it. I worry about what it might be doing.
Well, we haven't felt any other earthquakes since, so I guess if it is a steel behemoth, it's not come close to the surface.
Yeah.
We did hear that there are vibrations that can be felt underground.
In the deep?
Yes. It suggests that it's continuing to tunnel while down there, even if it is staying away from the surface.
There's been vibes in the deep. Okay, I'll pass it along.
It's a way of putting it. We're available for anyone who wants to come speak to us about anything more we might know.
Hey, is there anything you haven't said that you know?
Nothing that we'd be able to convey in a message, but if Miranda Dark or anyone else particularly high-ranking wants to discuss with us, I'm sure we can think of some more detail.
Maybe just worry a little bit less about hierarchy if there really is a steel behemoth involved. And also, she is now the leader of the entire Church of the Raven Queen across the entire world, so she is only here occasionally, and she seems very busy for a member of the Midnight Feather.
Well,
She does such good work, I guess.
for Miranda Dark's ears only, the name Clockwork Tyrant. We don't know if that is what
okay.
it truly is, but it's a suspicion that we have.
Let me get a quill. The name Clockwork Tyrant, we have a suspicion, don't really know. Or Miranda Dark. Okay.
That may mean nothing to her, but if it doesn't, or if it does, we can talk about it.
Right? You are willing to talk. Gotcha. Thank you. Well, I hope your friend manages to get his mojo back. Anything else?
I think that's it.
I just wanted to make sure someone knew before it got too late.
You very worried and concerned, hoping you're wrong, and also knowing that there's probably nothing that the local councils will do about it. So, yes. Have you fought a steel behemoth before? No. No.
Not exactly.
Okay, that sounds like it requires more explanation, but I do have other things to attend to, so
We'll leave you to it.
I said
I'm
you
gonna
were
go to sleep.
complicated. Goes away, muttering to himself.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Okay. Y'all go to sleep?
Yep.
Okay, let me roll something.
The
Skith, make me a D20 roll. Okay, Skith, you gain another level of exhaustion. Nothing else regenerates, and you lose
a level 1 spell slot.
Nope.
Oh no.
Level 2 spell slot.
Oh no.
Oh, whoops.
In the morning, you'll wake up.
It's good. That's good to confirm.
Did you want to do something in the morning, Perrin?
I'm gonna go visit Skith.
Okay.
I'll knock on his door.
I
I walk in.
mean,
How are
I'm
you?
not feeling very good.
Okay. I won't waste any
I don't-
time. Let's just try throwing everything at it at once and see if that'll do the trick. If not, it's the usual system. We try Rendry, and if he's not in, we try the church again just in case Miranda Dark is back or some other cursed specialist, soul damage specialist, disease specialist, any specialist. Anyone really at all. Pern will start with the Divine Sense to see if he can derive anything new out of the current state of Skith's aura.
A little less desecrated.
Oh, good. Having done that, then Pern will say, while you may feel worse, it does look a little better.
No.
may be losing its strength, but I'm not going to leave it up to chance or time. So yeah, I do
Blast
everything.
me with your holy energy.
So I do everything. I set up a protection from
Please.
evil and good first.
Okay, you're gonna wait, or you're just gonna set it up?
I set it up, and as soon as it's going, I'm not gonna wait and see if it like fades. I'm just gonna be like, okay, that's in effect now. If any saving
Cost your
throws,
GP.
oh yeah, true. If any saving throws occur, I'd like him to, have some extra oomph.
Good.
And then I want to also hit him with Lesser Restoration, and then as soon as I've done that, also dump the entire Lay on Hands, just in case the combination
The
helps.
entire lay of hands. Okay.
Yes.
So remove that spell slot for Lesser Restoration, and then reduce your entire pool of Lay on Hands to 0 as you put 30 points of Lay on Hands behind. Is it just a single cure disease, effectively?
Yeah, but it says that when you use it, you can do multiple uses. So I'm imagining that I'm basically in a single action, Lay on Hands, disease healing 6 times.
Do you want to cure 6 different diseases, or are you trying to cure one single disease
I'm
with
curing
30 points?
the same disease 6 times, or
Do you wish, I have to ask you this, do you wish to cure 6 different diseases? Because you don't know how many diseases he's got. Do you wish to cure 6 different diseases, or one disease using all 30 points?
one disease?
Okay. Then one disease he has will be cured with 30 points, in theory.
Okay. What was I doing last time? Because that seemed to be working.
Well, you didn't specify multiple diseases, so I assumed it was one.
No, yeah, that's what That's
Okay.
what I did last time. Is I'm just curing that disease
Oh.
over and over and over in a single action to see if that
You can't
cumulative-
technically do that. You can do multiple actions for the same disease, or you can do one disease with 30 points. Or, with one action, multiple different diseases.
I mean, I don't think I don't think in the rules I can spend 30 points to cure a disease.
You can. It says you may. You can also spend more if you wish.
You can spend 5 hit points from your pool to cure the target of one disease and neutralize one poison. You can cure multiple diseases and neutralize multiple poisons with a single use of Lay on Hands, expending hit points separately for each one. Which is not what I want to do, I think.
You wish to just put 30 points behind the one disease then?
Yeah.
Okay. Then reduce it to 0. The energy goes out of you into Skith. There's no shimmer of light. There is no sparkles or anything. You feel that energy depart from you.
Is this
Skith,
different from
you
last
feel this
time?
play over you. It's healing energy encompassing your being. As he shimmers with silver light. And then, just like any other Lay on Hands, done.
Divine Sense?
Detect magic.
Fine sense, he is still slightly desecrated.
God damn it. So was
Detect magic. Detect magic. As you look down at yourself, Skith, those black holes that are bigger than the last time you looked, the edges of them are now slightly friable, and you can see magic kind of fading back in out of the rest of you into those very faintly. It's a very small trickle right now, but it is seeming like they are now beginning to disappear as you can watch more and more of that color of magic is leaking back in.
Maybe a little better. We should still. Let's go get the church to help now. Maybe that'll put us over the edge.
if we can find anyone else that can cast Lay on Hands, it might be useful.
Or what about the Greater Restoration?
We we could try it, but that's very expensive. And if this is just gonna go away naturally,
Am
or
I
with a
not
couple
worth
more...
it, Baron?
So far, it seems like you're just getting better anyway.
Take my shoes, sell my
think-
shoes.
I don't even know if my contributions are necessarily helping, but either way, you're looking better than before.
I've got belongings. You can trade them.
Yeah, those magic holes have faded by about, what would I say, about like 10-15% now.
They're not fading fast enough. If I have to wake up 10 more days like this, I might wither away before they're gone.
We'll go look.
I just got my soul fixed.
We'll go check and see if Randry's back.
How dare he abandon me in my time of need?
Okay. By the time you get out and are out the door, Skith, the holes are down to about a third of their original size.
My holes are shrinking. I should have thought about that before I said it out loud.
You just said it anyway. Okay, yeah, Rendry's door is there now.
It could get worse. What chat wrote is
Yep,
worse.
I know.
Just put your finger in it. Try.
And
So we
we're
get
done.
to Rendry's. It does take twice as long because Skid's movement is half now. So that's
Yep,
the thing.
that's why.
We just
I
shuffle
need
our
to-
way through the city.
Wait, let me fashion a walking stick real quick with my carpentry.
Do you
By
guys
the
let
time you've
Arena
finished fashioning a
you guys
walking
let
stick,
Arena know what happened?
We'll let Arena know.
Because Arena probably
Like it looks like things are getting better. We're gonna go see if Rendry's in, though he has been not in for the past 2 days.
Okay. Arena will do some research, I guess.
okay. Well,
What are you researching? Can I offer some
Spell
suggestions?
plague cures.
Okay.
okay, by the time you've finished fashioning a walking stick and you've gone to Rendry's, as you're at the door, the holes are almost gone. Like, your magical aura, while still diminished in some places, is basically gone. You're back to normal.
Well, maybe we don't need Rendry. I still require more lay on hands tomorrow, please. Just to be sure. You don't want to
Sure, I'm
stop
not-
taking your medicine too early.
I'm not using them for anything else, so that's fine. Well, seeing as we're here,
Right,
you want to
right.
say hi?
Yes, he is my friend.
I'll knock
I
on
would
the
like
door.
to say hello.
Okay. Do you want to have a scene with Rendry, or do you want to do just downtime actions?
I mean, he can look at me and give me a once over. If you,
If Skids
in
wants to do-
his expert opinion, I don't need like a whole scene. I just want him to be like, if it's like, do you know what's wrong specifically? Like verify.
Yes, you want me to have a look? I can have a look. What cost though?
Never mind. We're running low on gold. I will bring some alcohol grenades for you though, eventually. For free.
I am both confused and intrigued.
As the little kobold looks up at you.
He's got that other weird item that explodes, remember? So I figured he might, even if we don't throw them at him, we could just give him some.
Aaron, did you want to have any sort of interaction, or did you want to do something?
Perrin is gonna, for today, once it seems like there's no immediate, like, urgent Skith is gonna die or we're going to be attacked by a steel behemoth, Perrin wants to go find a space for training. And, like, either that could just be, like, if there's a courtyard at the inn, or if all else fails, he could always just take his horse out of the city to a field or something, but Perrin wants to spend a bit of time practicing his swordsmanship because he's
I
just been
need you
cooped
to
up in the worst city for like 4 weeks, and he's just been, talking to people, and it's been terrible, and he hates it, and he wants to get back to fighting.
Baron, might I make a suggestion? Instead of training, why don't we send your steed through the teleporter? And find out where these other markings go. I could make it invisible.
I will assume that as you are going back to the inn to collect your stuff to go to your normal places and Arena's about to pop out, everyone is in earshot for this.
That's
now that my holes are vanishing, I think I can maybe spare an invisibility or two.
That's a bold idea, but it works. It does work.
You can communicate with your beast, yes?
Not over the kind of distances you'd expect a teleportation cube to take him, but I can just resummon him.
Does he remember what he saw and did the previous time you summoned him?
Usually.
Unlike all other summon spells, Find Steed, for those of you who haven't heard us state this, does state you get the previous steed every time. So they do have a continuous train of, what's the word? Self-actualization, individuality. It's continuous consciousness.
It's the same horse. You get him back every
Stream
time.
of consciousness.
I suppose if we made him invisible, sent him through.
Yes, liquor him up a little maybe, so he's not scared.
I don't think we have
Or
to
not.
worry too much about him being scared.
Right.
He's pretty
I've not
confident
conversed
as
with your
horses
steed.
go.
Well,
Oh, I
we...
want to talk with your horse.
Maybe some instruction on
Does he have a name?
Thunder.
Oh. Thunder and lightning.
It's not my horse. I have a dragon. Spirit.
That's
Maybe
pretty
we
cool
could
too.
talk him through being stealthy, what kind of things to look for to understand what he's dealing with. I mean, if he tries to,
Yes.
like, if it's just a circle in a city that the Circle Guild doesn't have access to, then it'll have all the usual security measures and he wouldn't be able to simply walk out of the circle without running into some kind of door or guard, which would
You
get him
could
in a lot
tie
of trouble.
pillows to its feet so that it doesn't make the
I
sound.
don't know that a horse can really walk with pillows on its feet.
What about leathered hooves to dampen the sound of the clopping?
That could work.
Just temporarily. It doesn't seem like a good idea to make something invisible if it's going to clatter around when it moves. Regardless, we just needed to get a good look around and pick up enough details of the area that we might be able to discern where, in fact, it is.
We could always play it safe and just do 10 seconds through the portal and then summon the next day and see what was observed. Then make a plan based on what was observed.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make boots of elvenkind that fit a horse?
Something Perrin would
'Cause
also say.
I can replicate an item.
Hooves of elven.
Something Perrin would also say is the one problem we'd have is if we gave him leathered hooves or anything like that, that would stay behind if I desummoned him. And so
Not
the
with an
guards of the
infusion.
circle.
It disappears. The item disappears.
If
It would stay there until I make another infusion, like another replication item.
So the danger would be anything that was on the horse that isn't simply a part of the horse would appear the moment he was desummoned and will fall to the ground.
Like grenades?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We don't
I'm
You
need to
just-
know.
can, with an infusion, because they're technically something you make and then have to maintain and then break them down and then make them again. Yeah, you can have them be the form of hoof covers of elven kind.
I just wouldn't
How-
have them for that day.
How
But
does breaking one of those things work then? Can you just do
at
it
a
at will?
at a long rest, I can
You
swap
just
my
have to,
infusions on a
before the
long
long
rest.
rest, she has to make it, and then at the next long rest, she can just make it again. They're
Yeah.
temporary items that she maintains and is powered by her class feature.
But that does mean that for several hours there are boots of elven kind or hoof covers of elven kind just lying on a magic circle where guards can
Yeah.
see them.
Yeah.
If you summoned a horse to a certain
No, whatever you're wearing when you get desummoned. No, when you summon
go
your horse
away?
back, it won't have the equipment. Yeah, your horse doesn't have the equipment when you desummon it and summon it. It's always just a horse. You don't get
they
it.
But
get
it's an
left behind, and the
infusion.
moment that he's not wearing them, they won't be invisible anymore. So they would just be 4 hoof covers of elven kind in hoof positions.
Someone
on the
puts them
circle.
on. Someone tries to put them on their horse. It doesn't work because they're not infused
And
to it.
after the infusion gets reused, they would just become mundane hoof covers, effectively.
Oh.
So they would still, even if
Because
the
you
infusion was
infuse an
broken, there
object,
would
and when you
still
make
be-
an object, it's assumed you're like,
So do I have
you're
a bunch
actually
of
making an
like
object from mundane stuff, and then you
mundane
infuse it.
bag of holdings that I've
Yeah,
made?
it just becomes a sack. Like the
You
assumption
write
is
a
you are
message
turning these
inside
into
the
magical
sack.
objects. Yeah.
See you soon.
So if you were to summon a horse onto a magic circle, and that was like, you know, a stone magic circle or whatever, that was what it was made on, would there be the sound of hoofs hitting that surface, or would the hoofs appear exactly on the surface already, therefore not making a noise?
Boots of
and then as
elven
long
kind
as the
don't make
horse
any
doesn't
sound.
move, no, without no boots, without the boots.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The horse, the way you teleport through the magic circle
No
is you
capes,
step
no
through the
boots.
portal. You have to
Okay,
step
so
through the
there
portal.
would be the sound of hooves on. Actually, wait, no. Would there just be? Would a big portal then open that everyone can see who's guarding the circle? Okay, everything we've said is irrelevant. They're gonna know we're doing it.
They won't know what came through if it's invisible.
Yeah, no, but like, they'll see a portal, and on the other side of that
And then
portal
nothing.
will be the 3 of us. Like, and then nothing will happen. The circle will close, except they'll hear the
So-
sound of hoofs on the
No.
stone.
The Stargate, that's why the Stargate analogy is perfect, because you dial their gate, they see their gate dialed. If you come through invisible, they're like, what happened?
But do they see us on the other end, or is
No.
it like a? Okay, it's just like a wall, and they don't know where the
No.
circle has come from. They just know
It
that.
doesn't say you can see through the portal. Some do say that. This one just states that, like, there is, and you step through.
Right. So they will see a portal open, and then they will either hear hoofs, but not see anything, and quickly be able to deduce that there is an invisible horse in the room, or they will see a portal open, they won't hear anything, but then a few minutes later, hoof covers will suddenly appear on the floor.
That's fine.
Those
least
are
I
our
don't know what it
options.
looks
Those are
like.
the 2 choices, and perhaps the second one is the better one. But either way, after attempt number 1, they will be aware that there is a teleporting horse at large.
I mean, that's better than them knowing who we are or which horse it is.
A shimmering portal opens within the circle you drew and remains open until the end of your next turn. Any creature that enters the portal instantly... So it's a shimmering portal. Doesn't say you can see through them.
Okay, good.
If only we could put the boots on the horse, but then put the feet around the boots to make them internal. Because I assume if an animal eats food, when it teleports, the food isn't left behind because it's inside
That's
of
the
it.
difference between teleporting and being summoned and desummoned.
Mm.
A summoned animal being desummoned, etc. Like, I don't think it needs to actually eat. Because it is just technically like a summoned spirit.
So if I
form.
stuffed it full of gold and he desummoned it, a bunch of gold would still flop on the floor.
What would probably happen is that gold would end up in astral space,
Ah.
as it is lost in translation.
The astral plane is just full of
Gotcha.
half-digested familiar food.
And a lot of pierced bags of holding.
And street
And
clock. Still waiting.
and like a
Yeah.
goblin flying around.
Where's Streakbach, man?
And fragments of sword space just drifting with chains dangling. We've really messed up astral space. We've been a significant contributor
You're
to...
like NASA in like the late 60s, early
Yeah.
70s. Like, space is so big, we can keep chucking stuff in there.
Yeah, let's just put 3 million copper needles in orbit.
So, would you like to do something with that?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
So, do we want to do infused hoof covers of elvenkind on Thunder through the portal? And then how long do we want him to be in there before we pull him back?
10 seconds is enough
Long
to
enough
look
for him
around.
to look around, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Suppose
There's a
that's
way
the-
for us
I
to.
suppose we have our plan.
Okay.
The
The next
teleportation
time
cruise
Arena
once a
wakes
day,
up,
right?
she can have her Boots of Elvenkind be Boots of Elvenkind adapted for horses. So that can be done as soon as tomorrow when she wakes up. 'Cause it has to be
Yeah.
after a long rest.
Yeah, it has to be on the
Um,
list.
I could
So-
send my draconic spirit inside with the horse. I know it doesn't. It's a new summon when I summon it back, but it could be like, oh, that's what came through. It was that draconic spirit.
Oh, is it like a red herring?
A decoy.
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
decoy.
decoy familiar.
Be like,
Okay.
we'll send you on a
You'd make
mission.
You'd make a much bigger impression that
You're
way.
going to
perhaps
die.
Too big.
You,
I don't know if it would fit actually.
at this point, as you're discussing this, you hear a... I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but we were going to discuss a certain inn. As you turn around, Arathane's just there, kind of... You've just walked in and out the door, been having this conversation. He's like, the door's open. Hi.
I don't think we'd have the discussion like with the door open.
I was like assuming you were half in and out as you kind of collided with each other, going about your business in different ways. But he's just like, the purchase is done?
Oh,
Ooh. And
Tree
the drinks are
time.
ready.
You were very animated about wanting to do something with a tree, so I thought I'd come over immediately.
Thank you. Yes, we do want to begin our gardening. With
Well,
haste.
if you wish, I will happily teleport you all over, show you around, and then you can go about your business. It is in Near-Death. You do all have free transportation back to the Dead Cities from Near-Death because of your high reputation in the Dead Cities. And if you take today off to go visit that, effectively, you can just work a day at the weekend to do your week of downtime if you wish.
all right.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Okay? Everyone,
Take the
do
tour.
you wish to bring horses, metal birds?
I'll bring Corvid Bot. I bring
Uh.
Corvid Bot everywhere I can.
I suppose.
You want to bring all the supplies for the holy water, the what is it, silver dust or gold dust?
That silver dust has already been converted into
Oh, nice.
plenty of holy water that Perrin has been carting around with him everywhere.
Okay, well there we go.
I'll leave Thunder here. I think I probably won't hang around.
Do you tell Thunder what you're planning?
Actually, I mean, if we're going to Near-Death, I could use it as an opportunity to visit my parents, but then how long does it take to get over to Fairmeadow from there and back?
A couple of days.
You should bring him just so that when we get teleported, he can be like, you can be like, here, we're getting teleported, horsey.
I want
It
to
was
see your
like practice.
family.
Yeah. We're gonna. All right. You're gonna look around and get as many details as you
Are
can
you
on this
taking
practice run.
Thunder or not?
I'll take Thunder. We'll work out the rest
Okay.
later. We'll just.
Practice.
I'm not sure Thunder gets 3 transportation on the train. It's a bit...
He doesn't need to. I can just desummon him and resummon him.
He's got his
Okay.
Pokeball.
You go all down to the stables, and Arathane looks around, a little bit smirk on the side of his face. Okay. Let's go straight to, I think you said the beer garden. And there's a
Beer
Flash.
garden.
I need to roll something.
Did you prepare some samples for Arathane for your new drinks, Arena?
Arena will have the sample. Have a sample.
Perfect. You appear in the middle of a small courtyard. There's 4 little sections of grass with paths, and in the center is an area of soil that looks like it's been freshly tilled and turned over. You can see kind of specks of kind of white and kind of an off gray, like it's been recently fertilized as well. Around the edge, there is a slight lip to the the roof overhangs a little bit. And on one side of this wall, there is several windows, and you can see in where there is a bar, several seats, and then several windows on the other side that seem to go out to a pretty busy road. The other 2 sides of this courtyard have 2 doors, and the windows are very small. You can glimpse large kind of brass tanks, several kegs kind of lined up, and a few other contraptions that you would normally associate with brewing. This is currently the Pondering Orb, if you wish to rename it, of course. Currently, I am the sole owner, but if you can sign, then you will be managing it and receiving half the income and paying for half the expenditure. I will, of course, pay for the other half. And once you come back from the Ischias Atrophy, if you do, I hope you do, then hopefully I can hand over the other half to you, because I'm not exactly in the whole brewery business. From what I understand, Arena and Skith are... Yes, I've heard things. So, is this your liking?
Arena will look over the contract.
Drop, make a investigation roll.
Investigation. Just to make sure everything's in line.
17. These are really,
I-
really simple. Like,
I would add a 5
very,
if
very-
I can.
I mean, sure. I think it applies. 22. I mean, it appears to be a very, very simple kind of thing that just says, I nominate Arena, Skith, Perrin to be
As long as it seems legit.
the
yeah.
managers. I can revoke this at any time. While the managers, they will receive half the income and pay for half the expenditure, the other half to be paid by Arathane, etc. Effectively makes you the managers for the time being.
So he can take it back anytime he wants. Just keep that in mind.
He did buy it.
Fair, fair.
This is effectively giving you half your payment up front, and if you don't do the job that he is going to figure out, then he just takes the payment back effectively. But you will still have the proceeds you got in the interim. Those payments are still yours. But you also lose the expenditure interim.
Alrighty. Then I guess we're gonna sign.
Right.
Do you need my blood?
No. I don't exactly need your blood. Also, I was
For
expecting
ink.
to see you when I went back to the research area. You weren't there. I assume you managed to get back safely?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, Main Street in Neardearth. My shop is literally just over there. It has recently been fitted out with a load of brewery equipment, and I have made sure that this area of grass is recently well tilled and fertilized, and I had a druid I know come over and cast plant growth. I don't know exactly what you intend for it, but it is ready. It will need a week's worth of, setup and hiring people if you wish to actually get it functioning as a brewery. But considering you seemed very keen to start your horticultural experience, Skith, I want to make sure you got it early.
We will be needing some form of holy water IV drip for the tree arena.
I got you a brewery warming present. And he holds out a watering can.
Ah, yes. Not quite what I meant, but this will work.
So perhaps you'll be doing some farming anyway.
Arena says, smiling and Skith.
I believe it is more horticulture. We won't be eating what I'm growing. Well, thank you, Arathane. You have come through as usual.
Of course, and I believe a mutual friend said they were going to get in touch. So, will you be wanting to look at that item you left at all?
Perhaps it began conversing with me last time, even though I was not attuned to it.
There are several boards in there designed to allow study and facilitate understanding and communication. It could merely be that.
I see. Well, nasty fellow residing in there.
I did warn
Can't
you.
he leave?
I believe he is trapped in there, or...
No, I meant you.
Held.
When you are in there, can't you leave?
No, I had to banish myself, and I appeared randomly somewhere on the material plane, and it
No,
was
but
a...
maybe
sorry,
there was a way
you-
for you
you-
to leave.
You used the spell banishment on yourself. You're not using that as like a turn of phrase. It's like you banish yourself as in you left. You actually used banishment.
Yes, and I ended up near the... the Runestorm.
I don't think I've ever heard of anyone do that.
I would not recommend it.
It's in a
Because
unique
it's crazy. But there has to be another way. If he's in there and he wanted to leave, couldn't
Well,
he
yes,
have
I said
left
I was going to come
another
back
way?
at the end of the week and plane shift him out if he hadn't plane shifted. He said he didn't have plane shift, and I said, is it okay if I leave you here and come back at the end of the week? Because there shouldn't be any way of easily getting in and out without using your own power. And you said yes, and then I came back and found you weren't there, so I assumed you had an item or something. Banishment is certainly a way to go about it. Okay.
We have to make do. with
Sometimes
what
you
we
have to think out of the box. Yes.
And you ended up near the rune storm. Right.
Not a nice place.
No. I wouldn't recommend.
Unnatural.
Well, yes, it is a divine storm at the edge of an interface between two planes. Unnatural would certainly be. He looks around at the place like, what have I now invested in? Okay, if you need me, I will be in my shop. If you need to see that item again, let me know.
You be careful with that. Don't listen to Ragi. Don't listen to Rag. He is very, well, he kept trying to tell me to shove the dagger up my rear.
This is the first time I'm hearing that name. What do I know of that name?
the name Raggy Rag,
Rags, Raggy.
feel free to make me an intro.
Is there a name that's similar to that I would know?
I can
Is
roll
there a
wisdom
name
if
that
you
is
want me
similar
to
that you
recall
would
it.
know? Make me a flat int roll.
Actually, I
Okay.
think it's Ragazoo, but
Yeah, it's right.
actually don't. Okay.
15.
It's Ragazoo.
You do know that there was an adventurer about 30 years ago called Rag.
Okay.
He had the name because he did tend to have a very patched bag of holding, which shouldn't be possible because when you pierce a bag of holding, it should just break. But it turned out that
Arena recalls this.
this Rag, this 30 years ago, he was a
No.
halfling.
Yeah, rambles
That
on
wasn't
about
his
it.
name. He's some unholy creature. That wasn't his name. I don't. I should really write these things. I'm horrible with names.
You don't
I
think
should write these
knowing the
things
name
down.
might be helpful?
Well, it started with Rag. I can try to remember.
Make an int roll. You're at disadvantage because you're exhausted.
It was Ragazoo.
Apparently, it was the Ragazoo.
What do I know of Ragazoo?
Nothing.
Okay.
If you wish, you
Alright.
can maybe go try and look up that name as a
Okay.
downtime action. But
Yeah.
nothing.
Arena's like,
Well, I don't know anybody by that name, though.
That's probably a topic for the libraries of Inverlean.
We will be there, so.
Yeah, apparently we've made
Oh,
some
Arathane, there might be a
connections.
steel behemoth underneath the Vahiras. Just thought you should know since you have a hold there.
Really ripping
Right.
the bandage off there, but it works.
No, I appreciate being forthright. It does appear you've... Every time, there is something
A rat told
strange
us.
and new, and normally about 4 things at once from you guys.
Sorry.
Well,
But there was. You remember the earthquake the other day? There's the rumbling.
No, I wasn't actually in Vihuras, but
Oh.
I heard about it.
Yeah, I think that might be the start of it all.
We
That's
bribed a bunch of
okay.
rats with cheese to go and scout for us.
And these rats
Ingenious.
actually gave you reliable information. Okay.
I
they
kind
didn't
of
know
became
what they were
friends
looking
with them.
for, and yet they came back with descriptions of something matching what we expected.
Huh.
Well, that's
have you
what
gone
Arena
and had
tells
a
us.
look? You know what it could be doing down there?
I've
We
been
haven't had a
very
chance
busy
to look
trying.
yet.
Yes,
Also,
No.
been busy
Skip
trying
had
to
a
patch my
problem.
soul.
He might have got like spell plagued or something, and then now we're here.
it's fine. I had a look at him. He's okay. He's doing much better.
It's been 1 week since I saw you.
Sorry.
I was in
Here.
Sunthrone. I'm in the same
Arena
boat
will
as
give
you
him
here.
a drink. And just watch him.
Oh, and you dropped this one inside. But there's something that happens.
It's a little early for a drink, but okay.
Don't worry, it's not that strong. I tested it.
It is certainly unique. That might be an interesting one to open with when you open this
Dragon
place.
punch.
That makes sense. This being the most expected thing from you guys this week. So, any further revelations or questions? Do you know what it was looking for? Or doing down there? Or what
We
its
don't
plan
know.
is? Have you
No.
looked? Have you gone down yourselves?
We haven't checked ourselves. All we know is that it's dug some tunnels there, and that the digging seems to be ongoing. So, what that
Right.
means, not really sure. Don't really know. that much about the ins and outs of still behemoths.
Very resistant to spells, can cause them to be reflected. The outside armor is particularly strong. Very, very large. I believe the Chosen Knights managed to repel one
Could be
a
worth
few years
checking
ago.
in with them about what they did.
And yes, I know you're not on the best of terms with them.
Knowing them, it might have just decided to go somewhere else, and they took credit.
Oh, commiseration, Aaron, by the way. I heard about you coming second in the tournament to celebrate the overthrow of the Dakan Step.
Second, Perrin? What
It's
the
a very
hell?
good result. That was a pretty major tournament, Perrin.
Yeah, I'll take it for what it is.
Who
I've only
beat you,
been-
Perrin? That's not like you to lose.
It was gallant.
Oh.
But considering
All
he's
right.
been in the business a fraction of the time he has, I'll take it.
Did he say anything to you?
Doesn't
A
he have
word or
anything
two.
better to do than one-up you?
I'm not sure. But it is what it is. The man has more levels, however many he has.
I hope he at least gave. Then he'll just. Skith'll then remember. Oh, wait. I'm not supposed to talk about that. Never mind.
Perrin doesn't
Right.
know what Skith's trying to say.
I was going to say
Well-
something about. I hope he buried Finry Harper properly. Is what I
Yeah,
was
don't
going to
say that.
Yeah, Perrin's just like, I don't know where you're going with this, but it's not important.
I don't know where you're going with it, but it's probably not a good idea, is what Arena's thinking.
Anyway,
I stopped myself,
back
guys.
to the more important matters.
I'm growing.
Considering the company you apparently keep, maybe this will mean something to you, but I don't know much about how many still behemoths are wandering around these days, but I do have to wonder if it might be the one known as Clockwork Tyrant. Just because that attacked a city recently. Could be connected.
The name doesn't ring a bell. I only know of one confirmedly destroyed Behemoth, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Several more that are presumed to have been lost or non-functional. I believe that there are around 3 that are still seen occasionally, but very infrequently these days. They used to be more active, from what I understand.
It could be any one of them. It's just the fact that it's up to something underground is worrying. I wouldn't expect, based on my understanding, the still behemoths to particularly, I don't know, make
Well,
plans.
If you wish to look into it, I don't know what I can do, but I guess you could always check with people of Behemoth and see if they know what is underground it could be potentially doing down there, any particular pathways, you could go exploring yourselves and have a look if there is a particular route or
We told the
pattern.
church
We
about
are.
it already.
We are rather busy. They're lucky to have us discover this in the first place, unless they are willing to employ us in order to solve their problems. We have our own to deal with.
I think you're under a bit of a misapprehension. Adventurers don't tend to get employed after telling someone about a threat that they know nothing about, because that tends to come across as
I'm not expecting
racketeering.
to be employed if someone expects me to go and do something.
Well, yes, but if
though.
you go up to someone and tell them that their house is being dug under by giant badgers and that you will get rid of the giant badger infestation and that they have no idea that there are giant badgers under your house,
I'm not offering to get rid of it. I'm saying if it is expected, then I am expecting to be employed.
My concern is about the potential for an attack on Vihiras. I want to make sure that if that happens, we can minimize the damage.
Yes. I will ask what I can in the Dead Cities. My influence there is not as high as it would be in other places. But powers there tend to be very reserved in anything that involves spending money. And their military and policing tends to be on a hire as needed basis. They basically function off mercenaries. They are very reluctant to dip into their coffers to purchase mercenary armies for a threat that might not appear.
Well, if there's any way to engineer it such that if suddenly a giant machine bursts out of the ground next to them, they're in a position to quickly move money from their coffers to some ready and waiting mercenaries that can do something about it. Not sure how viable that is as a strategy, but anything will help.
Maybe specifically one's called Skith Lightning Scale.
We are going to be there either way if something happens.
Right. You do the talking, Perrin.
Well, if you wish to, I think you have enough leverage with the government and the people in power that you could probably persuade them to do something, but I can make a couple of requests, but that's all I can really do, I'm afraid.
And perhaps we can just approach them directly and make use of goodwill previously earned to nudge them towards, defending their home from imminent destruction.
That's
We did
right.
tell the
And
church the other night, but I'm not sure what resources they're going to have after what
we've
happened.
already
Yeah, I think we can
We've
trust
already
them to do what they
purchased
can.
several blocks of cheese in order to ascertain this information. So, with our ingenuity, they could have been ambushed.
I think I've understood the best way of getting out of these conversations. I'm just going to go. But if you do need
It's
me...
probably for the best. You have that option.
Yes.
Goodbye, Arathane. We've got
gives you a
teleporting
pitying
circles
look.
too.
He gives the horse an even more pitying look.
The
We have
Yes.
the
other
horse understands
drinks
and
too
cannot
if you want to
speak.
try other ones.
Maybe I will come by sometime when you've got your opening event.
Skith turns his attention to the horse and he's just like giving it like a thoughtful look, like he's scheming.
If I do my thing, can I speak with the horse?
I mean, you can speak to the horse anyway. You just can't. It can't speak back. I
Yeah,
guess.
but I
So
meant like if
maybe
I
you
do my
can-
speak with animals, can I actually speak?
I
Speak with
Well,
guess.
it speaks telepathically. Oh my god. It speaks telepathically with Perrin, so if you could, I mean, it could, I guess, neigh at you? Well,
I guess if you
I
can
guess.
understand horse, then technically you could talk to him directly.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I can use my speak with animal,
You want to try it?
not right now, but
Okay.
it's something. Because if we send him into the thing and then we resummon him back out, I think Arena wants to be able to hear what he's saying.
So,
Oh dear.
What a pickle.
who is doing what for this week? Because if Skith is going to be watering the tree every day, Skith needs to be based in Vihoras this week.
Yeah,
I'm going, my priority is sending this horse through. Because
So if you
I'm
want, everyone
fixated.
can take the day, have the day off, go home tomorrow morning, and send the horse through just before you go home. That way everyone can be together for the horse sending.
Okay.
Okay.
sending
So
the horse in.
you take the day. Do you begin watering the tree?
Yeah. Sure. It's probably gonna get all fudged up, but let's do it anyway.
Arena will start setting up the place.
Okay.
Or are you doing the elven horseshoe infusions too?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
she does that at
I can
night
just do
'cause
that on
infusion,
long
okay.
rest. Yeah.
So you plant the seed, and then you kind of water it with quite a bit's worth of holy water.
Gently. I make sure the earth isn't packed down too tight. It's got room to breathe.
Okay.
It's got clean air and sunlight. all the tender love of a dragonborn.
Skith has never planted anything in his life. Is what I'm gathering.
What? What are you doing in terms of bed and board for tonight?
Can we sleep in the inn?
Doesn't have any beds.
So there's a floor.
Doesn't have any
That
food.
is
Doesn't
I
have
have
any.
rations.
Doesn't have any comforts and like anything like that. Rations are also quite expensive for day-to-day food. But
I could just slap my tent up in the middle of it, and we can
Yeah.
sleep in there.
so you
The
pop your tent
sleepover.
up in front of the tree, or what will be the tree. You each eat a ration, so mark your rations down.
And we save money on room and board today.
You have a tiny bit of money on room and board.
Every gold
Next
counts.
morning.
You're squeezing us.
The next morning, Skith, use your long rest. Your exhaustion does decrease by 1. Your spell slots do come back.
Thank God.
If you use long rest, it should work as normal.
Rest.
I divine sense him.
He is very faintly desecrated.
Hit me with the juice, Baron.
I'll do one cure disease lay on hands and see what it does.
Okay. You do it. The energy seems to flow into him. You don't know if the disease or not, but it is used. Put it that way.
A divine sense again.
He is very faintly desecrated.
Okay. I think time will heal this wound. And pretty much nothing else at this point.
So, Arena awakes, having made some modifications. Her boots of Elvenkind have been modified to make them more horse-fitting and joined by 2 new boots. They are booties of Elvenkind, fit for a horse.
Hoovies.
Hoofies of Elvenkind.
Perrin
Does
will have
anyone else
been-
think it's ironic for the horse named Thunder to silently move?
Boom.
Perrin
You
will
know
have
why
been
he's named
briefing-
Thunder? It's because he just makes big farts.
Perrin will have been briefing Thunder on the situation at hand.
Aaron!
Well, I
Aaron,
probably had to have Thunder, like, so that I
why
could
do they not miss the obvious one?
touch his feet.
I'm called Thunder. Because you will see me before you hear me with these.
It's true, it's a good one.
Very well, I am prepared for our mission. What is our mission, Perrin? You haven't told me about what we're doing, but everyone is getting me dressed up.
I will have spent some time to like talk him through it as like, so we have this teleportation cube, it has 2
Yes.
faces on it that we do not know the destinations of. It was owned by someone who is part of an evil organization that we are hoping to learn about and thwart.
Is this
Overall.
new dawn that you keep asking
It's
people
that
about?
one, yes.
Ah. Well, we will take them down.
So we're going to send you through to one of the faces.
I shall
You
be the
don't-
vanguard of our invasion force. I understand, Perrin. Thank you for your trust.
This is a scouting mission only. There is no combat to be done.
Wait, we're all going through as a scout force.
We're just
Hence
sending
the booties.
We're just sending you.
I am summoned to be your mount, your mystical bond. I am to follow you and take you into battle. And you want me to go ahead by myself?
Does he
did
understand,
expect
Baron, what we're
the-
going to do?
Shh. I'm working on it. I did expect
Quite.
when I summoned you that a lot more of our work would be riding into battle and slaying foes, and overall that hasn't happened much so far, but I feel like at some point it's going to start happening a lot later. For now, there is more subtle work to be done. We're going to send you through alone, and you are to observe, attempt to understand, if possible, carefully explore. We'll only have you through there for a matter of seconds. just to prevent you from minimize the chance of you being located and the ruse from being discovered. At the end, we will recover you. I will desummon you in that location. We can't bring you back by portal. And then, as soon as possible, I will resummon you, and hopefully you'll be able to report back on what you encountered. And we can learn something about our foes, so that one day in the future we can ride into battle and slay them in a glorious
Wish me
battle.
to go on a mission of peril. A mission
yes,
that
it's
only I
incredibly-
can do.
it's incredibly
a mission
dangerous.
so important that you entrust to only your trusted steed.
Indeed, and only you can do this mission. Wouldn't work for the rest of us. We will be trapped and killed.
The mission's
Make
so
sure you tell him
important.
I'm going to make him invisible.
You'll be
The mission's
invisible.
so important you've made me specialized equipment just for today.
Yes, we're gonna
Keep looking
remake
down
it
the
every
pieces.
time we do this.
If it gets any good information, tell it will feed him carrots, and I'll brush his tail every day for 2 days.
Every day for 2 days.
He was thinking like a week, and he's like, we don't have that much time to brush tails.
And then I'll go through like important things to communicate to us. What kind of surface is the teleportation circle placed on? Are you inside a structure? Are you in the open? Is it guarded? What can you see from where you are? Are you able to leave, or is there people or a solid object or an non-solid object blocking your exit? Do you get detected in the 10 seconds that you're there? If
What
so,
does it smell like?
yeah, if so, what kind of response occurs? It's like, are spells cast at you? Are swords drawn at you? Are arrows,
Okay, so basically you want me to know what I perceive when I go through.
Basically, yes. But yeah,
You could have
those
just
are the
said that,
important
Perrin.
things. Well, I wanted to make sure it was a tactical assertion of the situation.
I'm not sure assertion is a word.
I'm not sure either, but it seemed suitable in the moment.
I am the third most wise member of this party, so I think I would know. Okay.
What is he
Is
saying,
the- I
Perrin?
thought
It
was
looks
the
like he's
second
giving you
most
lip.
wise.
Might be the second most wise, actually, yeah. Okay, right. When do we do this?
I think when you're ready.
Okay, let's... I am ready to go. I will face my peril with a stiff upper jaw and a mane of glorious... Did he say he was going to brush my mane for 2 days?
He did say that, yes.
Well, he can't understand. This is telepathic.
He
Can
did.
you get him to, go for a week? I mean, I'm happy to serve, and I'll do it anyway, even without the mane brushing. But if you could maybe get him to do a week, I would very appreciate that.
I'll see what I can do, and I'll turn to Skith and say, saying it's got to be a week of hair brushing. It's the only way.
A week? I time it. Fine, I have a mage hand.
Mage Hand doesn't feel the same, Perrin. It's got to be real...
Oh, come on! That's messed up.
You'll be busy
Or a
working on
trained
this tree
stable
anyway.
hand. Trained stable hand for 1 week. That would cost you 1 gold a day because it's a trained role. But yes, 7 gold. You could have 1 week. He could be looked after well.
Like the idea that we're hiring a stable hand whose specific purpose is just to brush the mane of this horse for a week.
Yep.
Because it doesn't need anything else. It's a magic horse.
Yep. Come on, Perrin. I don't require it, of course. I'm happy to serve, but I have seen the way that the rest of the group get, this glorious treatment, and I've been sitting in the stables all the time, and you haven't really paid for upkeep of the stables either. So most of the time I have been walking the streets. I do just... It would be nice if I could actually have
We'll make
a
it
little
happen.
time in the stables.
Whether it's Skith or someone else will make it happen.
You've been making your
Glorious.
horse walk the streets?
He has technically not paid for stabling for the horse.
I did.
He does a good job. We can send him into the sewers next.
Oh, God.
Very well, Perrin, send me through.
All right. I looked at this like, are we ready?
Are you
Arena
making...
checks his hooves again to make sure they're on right.
Visibility.
Perrin, where did I go? Perrin, I can't see me.
You're invisible. It's part of the plan. You won't be able to see yourself. But they won't be able to see you either.
You could have told me this, Perrin. This is amazing.
And they shouldn't be able to particularly hear your hoof steps, to still try to be careful about it, but they will still hear, breathing or other noises you make. So try your best to be quiet, to be stealthy, to be undetected.
I will be quiet.
Very sneaky.
I will be stealthy. I will be undetected.
Oh, boy.
Do you do the cube?
Right.
Yeah.
Open the portal.
Which one are we doing first?
It doesn't really matter. Pick one at random and then make a note of which one it was.
You have the cube, right?
Pull the
Oh, yes,
cube
get that.
out.
Yeah, Skith has it.
Here we are, the cube. It didn't work last time, but hopefully I didn't break it.
Okay.
That would be really
You get to
awkward
pick.
after all the prep we've just done.
Yeah.
Side 2 or side 6 are the sides you don't know about.
2. Let's go 2 first.
2.
Alright, 2.
Then we'll do the
2 it is.
one later.
Okay.
Here we go, chat. Wish us luck.
Horsing around.
Godspeed, Thunder.
You'll be a shadow in the wind.
You place the cube down. Energy spills from it, lines going out in every direction, forming the circle. The energy spins around, and then the portal appears in the center with a glorious neigh and a flash of the mane in the wind that you don't see
Stealthy.
because he's invisible. Thunder charges through silently because it's of unkind. And there is just the faintest movement of wind from all of your perspectives, and the portal kind of goes. You don't actually see anything change, really, because invisible silent horse.
Okay,
Let's see
and
if they make him pay for that teleportation.
And then Perrin's gonna count down. I guess rather than 10, because it's D&D, it'll be 12 seconds, 2 rounds. So it's just 12, 11, 10, 9, and so on. And then when he gets to 0, de-summon the horse.
Wait, how do you summon the horse? You just cast it again, right?
I thought I can just do it at will, I think, with an action.
Does it say that?
Does it have a cost, or like how many times
You can also
do it a
dismiss your
day?
steed as an action, causing it to disappear. In either case, casting a spell again summons the same steed. So yes.
That's busted, dude.
Okay.
At the end
Yeah.
of the 12 seconds, horse
It
gone.
takes
No
10
horse.
minutes. 10 minutes to cast that.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while to bring him back, but the important thing is that I can de-summon him in an instant, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as an action, but yeah.
Like I knew it.
Do you summon him back?
Yeah, I will begin the process.
Okay. 10 minutes later, you hear a and then stepping out from the distance, thunder appears, majestic mane in the wind.
Good to have you back. How did it go?
It was very wet, and I felt an immense pressure. I felt like I was going to be crushed. And then I was back here. I couldn't
Interesting.
breathe. There was just water everywhere. I was holding my breath, and it was dark, and there was
Ground
so
power?
much
Perrin's gonna turn to us
pressure
and
on me.
say,
I felt like I
The
was going
safe
to.
house.
Yeah, I feel like Perrin really looked at each other and
The
goes, the
safe
safe
house."
house.
I don't know because I can't hear him. So.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
true.
what the-
So yeah, Perrin is like conversing and he's like, I think it was the safe house.
Ooh. Actually, can I
potions
do
of
my
water
song at the same
breathing.
time as he does his
do.
thing?
You
So
still
I can
can't
hear him
converse
too?
with him because he is a
Ah.
celestial.
Lame.
But you now realize this.
Oh right. so-
I'm celestial, though.
No,
But
he's not
he-
speaking celestial. He is a
Oh.
celestial who speaks horse, and so the spell to speak with animals doesn't work.
Bigger animals works on beasts, and yes. So,
I tried.
unfortunately,
Yes, okay,
you
right,
risked
so-
To
it.
try.
yeah,
You now know
Perrin-
for future.
So Perrin going back and forth is like, I think it might have been the safe house. Apparently he appeared underwater. There's a chance that it's something to do with the drown tower, but I think the safe house is more likely.
Really sorry, Irina. Can you relay this for me? I know she can't. I really appreciated those new greaves you made me, the booties that were silent, the booties of still walking, but unfortunately, I do not seem to have them. They must have been lost in the water. I am dreadfully sorry. I will...
That's okay, it was part of the plan. You didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
In the moments that you were under that water, is there anything you happen to see?
I do not have dark vision, Perrin. It was very dark and cold and wet and very, very... There was a lot of pressure. It felt like I was being crushed and I couldn't breathe.
Right.
At least you weren't eaten by a sea. Though I don't hear him say that.
Is he celestial? Does he need to breathe?
It needs to breathe. Unless it has a thing that says doesn't need to breathe.
Okay.
Well, this has actually been very valuable information. I think we've perhaps learned all we need to know about this particular location from you.
Do you
Next.
have any way of making me able to ignore such horrific pressure and also able to breathe underwater? I'll be happy to go again and explore
That is
more.
an
and
excellent
find-
idea, and we should definitely follow up on that.
I look forward to next time.
Alright, so
And
all we
with
experienced
that-
was water and intense pressure, but it sounds like it's the safe house, and we might be able to, if we can work
Darkness,
out...
Perrin. Do not forget the darkness.
It was very dark, so deep underwater, or perhaps within some structure underwater. But it seems like with the proper preparation, we might be able to get through safely. It's probably not occupied. But there might be traps.
And with
Probably.
that, we'll find out what happens next time.
We still have to do it one more time.
We're gonna try the other circle. Now the other circle might take a couple of attempts. I was thinking we might have to like back and forth a bit as we slowly work out what each one is. But that one was
Yeah.
actually very simple. It's like, oh yeah, it's under a crap ton of water. We've literally had notes from Masha about a place that she needs water breathing potions to be in, which is a safe house where she keeps her stuff.
Or it could be the drown tower, but yeah, probably safe house. Which means we need to go there to find all, to see her stuff.
If I wanted to be fancy and I just needed a location underwater where I could have a safe house, I'd do it in the Illyria version of the Mariana Trench. Who the hell's gonna get down there? But it could just be, you know, like a little ways off the coast somewhere, or in a lake.
Well, we'll find out.
Sounds like it's deep.
some point.
There's pressure.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Did Thunder describe dying, or was it just 10 seconds of being in a very bad situation and then no longer
I
existing?
felt I was being crushed, and it was suddenly painful, and then I was back here.
Okay, so either there was 12 seconds of or he just went.
Yeah.
So pressure resistance, an important element of any attempts to go to that place.
Okay. Today's supporter was Miazilla. Miazilla, thank you for supporting the show. I'm sure I will see you again on the plains of Elysium when I am sent back there by Perrin in between our victorious missions. Eaton Grange Estate is on Saturday, and it is the finale, and you are cordially invited to attend. And in addition, we've been sponsored by Roll20. So please check them out, and we'll be back next week with the continuation of this. Downtime did not really happen this time. We had a lot of other things going on.
We crammed a whole lot of events into the between 2 weeks downtime space.
Yep.
Just drove a wedge in there to do all the cool things.
You have like a couple of new events and a couple of ongoing events, put it that way. But yes, it's not just
This
nothing happens
chapter's
in
never
downtime.
gonna end.
Well,
Not if
it's
I have
the
anything
interregnum.
to say about it.
And Perrin still hasn't got to actually do any training.
I know.
So, I guess Perrin, Bentham, who are you? What do you normally find you?
I am Bentham, and I do videos and streams sometimes, supposedly, on my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel called Mangleport and Mangleport Gaming. A little while ago, I did a stream of the Terra Invicta demo, and maybe at some point you'll see the Terra Invicta not demo. I might be able to secure a key for it soon. We will see. We'll find out. At some point, it should happen. Who knows? But I'm hoping, because I need more of that game in my life, and I need to be able to save. My God, the cruelest part of the demo is that it's got a time limit, but it also doesn't let you save. I just wish it would let me save. I've run the game continuously for a week, several times over at this point. But yeah, that's what I might be doing. Who knows? That's me.
Okay. Come on. What about you?
What's up? I'm Cobalt Shriek. Play a lot of indie action roguelikes like Binding of Isaac. I just started up Final Fantasy VI last night, which I've never played. The Pixel Remaster version, which I'm really enjoying the first couple hours. I'm also streaming tonight in about 50 minutes, which is abnormal, but I got a sponsored stream. So we're going to do some Isaac, and then we're going to play some Have a Nice Death for a couple of hours, which is our sponsored game. And you can check me out on Tuesdays and Thursdays playing Pathfinder and D&D at my respective locations. And yeah, that's me. Come hang out sometime. Thanks.
Maggie, what about you?
Hey, I'm Margaret Crone, and you can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do lots of tabletop RPG stuff and other things. If you want to see that, just follow me. I'll let you know whenever I'm live, kind of on a variety of channels. And I will be here Saturday on Roll For It, so come tune in at 2 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be a lot of fun. It will be our finale episode. And I also make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And I'm working on the advanced version of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find the original over on Drive-Thru RPG. And that is me. What about you, E? Where can people find you at?
Twitch.tv/Enter Elysium, where I will probably be doing a couple of Cody things and maybe some campaign prep. Problem is, a lot of the campaign prep right now is secret stuff because events that I can't tell you about beforehand. But also, I want to try and make the reactive overlay work on this screen. So that will involve a little bit of playing around and coding. Yeah. We had one tip today from Skiff's Conscience.
Oh,
doesn't
gosh.
have any tips.
I don't think a tip from Skith's Conscience is gonna get us anywhere other than the abyss.
Yes, Conscience. $3.14. Remember, Skith, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah. Heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
Responsibility, greater power, responsibility, blah, Spider-Man. Yeah. Okay.
Skith doesn't care.
Yep.
I worry about where my soul's going after I kill my brother and topple his regime. All right.
And that's why you're gonna end up there.
You guys will come save me, right? Right?
You want to check in on how you're doing theologically right now?
I don't think we can save you from that.
Just pull a Hercules, go through the river Styx, go into what is it, Hades, and pull me out. Stick me in a gnome body or whatever you guys have laying around. I'll be Corvid Bot. Just put me in Corvid Bot.
I mean, at first you should probably
Skithbot.
buy Blablin dinner before you.
Stick Skith inside.
Anyway, thank you for watching. We're gonna go do an after show.
You're welcome, chat.
Oh dear. See you next time.
Bye.